Chapter 14:14. Battle for the One-Line Heavens. You dare kill me? Almost as soon as his voice fell, the huge shadow of a child floated out from the blood pool, glaring fiercely at the black-robed figure, an endless amount of power gushing out, like a sea of blood was about to drown him. This time, the attack was filled with evil chi, obviously even more terrifying. He was lucky enough to block the evil chi before, but he definitely won't be able to block the evil chi this time. The first idiot to act died, blocking Wuxia Chronicles' strongest attack for us. Now that he's exhausted again and again, it's our turn. None of the masters present believed that the black-robed figure could still survive. Being submerged in the sea of blood was the result of being submerged in the world evil chi, a power so strong that even a third-layer saint wouldn't dare face it head-on. Flame Dragon's Fury, unseal. At that moment, a shout rang out, and in mid-air, a fiery cloud appeared and a dazzling light bloomed from the sea of blood. Like a sea urchin, the sea of blood was gradually incinerated, and a huge ancient fire dragon king appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the expressions of countless people to stiffen. That mysterious youth hadn't died and had even blocked Wuxia Chronicles' attack. Who are you? A mere transcendent, why aren't you afraid of my evil chi? What kind of talent do you have? And that sword of yours, what is it? How can it absorb my evil chi? A sharp voice rang out at the same time. It was Wuxia Chronicles, his voice like thunder in everyone's ears. A transcendent? Was there even a transcendent realm cultivator qualified to fight here? Impossible. Even a third-layer Saint Realm Master had to be careful when facing Wuxia Chronicles. However, the truth was right in front of them, a transcendent realm cultivator had also joined the battlefield. I am the one who obtained your heavenly ruthless bead. A domineering voice rang out. Atop the huge fire dragon king, a black-robed young man stood indifferently, his fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, his sword seemingly made of fire, shocking the world. Who is this person? His fire martial Dao seems to have reached the grand accomplishment stage, only slightly weaker than mine. The fire spirit princess frowned. This was the first time she had seen someone whose comprehension of the fire martial Dao was greater than hers. Of course, it wasn't just her, everyone was curious as to who this person was. Can he kill Wuxia Chronicles? If he succeeds, he will create a miracle. A cultivator trembled in fear. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy thing. Acting mysterious, you'll die sooner or later. King Tian Huang roared. His martial dais had been snatched by a transcendent realm junior. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, it's too late. I've already fused with the heavenly violence pearl. At this moment, a voice filled with resentment drifted out. Under countless gazes, the ferocious child slowly floated up from the blood pool. The smile on his face made everyone tremble with fear. They remembered what Wuxia Chronicles had said. After he was born, everyone would die. Damn it. We've been tricked. Its fusion with the heavenly violence pearl is even faster than we thought. All the masters present wore ugly expressions. It seemed like a great calamity was about to befall them, unless they had a large number of Saint Realm Masters on their side, but obviously, that was just wishful thinking. Heavens to die to be. Did the fusion really succeed? The fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead is the fusion of the baleful ghost chi and the heavenly ruthless bead. Right now, you have only fused with the baleful ghost chi because there are two types of baleful ghost chi. One is called baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. The other is called heavenly ruthless ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. However, you are baleful ghost chi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. You have fused with the baleful ghost chi, but you have not fused with the heavenly ruthless ghost chi. At this moment, an icy cold voice drifted out. Everyone saw that it was the young man standing on the fire dragon king who spoke. Who are you? Why do you know everything about me, including my birth? The slowly floating ghost Wuxia Chronicles let out a sharp sound. Because I saw it. The youth stepped on the flame dragon king. His flaming sword was dazzling, and his black robe fluttered wildly as he shot towards Shisha Tianli. Fine, so what if you can see it? There are only 3 breaths of time left. Unless you kill me, the true baleful ghost heavenly wrath will definitely appear. Ha ha ha. An ear-piercing voice drifted out, making many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that they still couldn't make it? 3 breaths of time is enough. Fire Dragon King's sword, a line of heaven. Right at this moment, the youth moved. He slashed out with his sword, as if he was the sole ruler. This sword seemed to be the most dazzling sword. It possessed all of the destructive aura of fire. It was tyrannical, crazy, and actually made countless people unable to open their eyes. They couldn't see through that sword. What? The great laws of fire, the peak realm. Only the fire spirit princess saw through that sword. That was the martial path of fire that surpassed hers. Line of fire. A shocking line of fire appeared. It was very thin, and it sliced forward at a slow speed. However, although it looked thin, it had the power to cut through all things under the heavens. Kacha. The blood pool was split in 2. Shisha Tianli was split in 2. There was no deafening rumbling sound, but there was nothing it couldn't cut. At the same time, Shisha Tianli, this child, let out a resentful voice. Its neck was cut off, but it used thousands of baleful auras to fuse together again. Only halfway through the fusion, it let out a terrifying voice. You cut through my Tianli bead. Humph. Everyone looked over and clearly saw that the Tianli bead and Shisha Tianli were separated by a sword. Although they continued to fuse together, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that the sword had hit a vital point. I will be back. Boom. Rumble. Finally, Shisha Tianli exploded. Thousands of baleful auras gushed out in all directions. Then, a blood-red stone fell from the sky. Finally, it was caught in the black-robed youth's hand. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, the Tianli bead is mine. Done. The entire Yin mountain was silent. Shisha Tianli had appeared. Thousands of masters had arrived. They were like kings on the martial stage of the 3 profound of the human world, releasing their emperor Qi. In the end, the weak couldn't shine and couldn't stop Shisha Tianli. However, the remaining top masters, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, the Crane Immortal, King Tianhuang, and other masters, fought to the end. They were ready to use their most terrifying attack to seize the Tianli bead. However, at this moment, the mysterious youth arrived. He used the sharp sword of fire to kill the ghost and seize the Tianli bead. All of this was like a dream. Most importantly, they seemed to have learned from Shisha Tianli that the youth was only at the transcendent realm. Everyone's face froze and then turned ugly. They had thought that the youth was overestimating himself and dared to fight with them, but in the end, they were all slapped hard by the mysterious youth. This guy really succeeded. In the distance, Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He couldn't say anything. Boss Lin Ling said that he has absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute attack. It's true. Yao Ping's heart also jumped violently. He worshipped the mysterious youth even more. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and said lightly, the one who kills Shisha Tianli will get the Tianli bead. No one can take it from him. This is what you said before. Yes. After saying this, he wanted to leave. He knew that he had become the focus of attention, but the matter was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he immediately took action. Chapter 14-15. Critical Breakthrough. Hong Long Long. 8 streams of spiritual qi bloomed wildly, merging together like a heavenly river, condensing towards the largest sea. Saint Sea Descent. Obviously, the ghost face grass Lin Ling had swallowed before was showing its effects. He's breaking through. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. That guy was really arrogant, taking first place with a single sword strike and then ignoring everyone, breaking through just like that. As for Lin Yi and the others in the distance, they all smiled bitterly and looked at each other before rushing to Lin Ling's side without any hesitation. They were all Saint Realm masters, so they knew that breaking through to the Saint Realm was of great importance. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Moreover, one should not be disturbed during a breakthrough, so no matter what, they chose to help Lin Ling. As for Yin Mountain, it was still silent. Who is this boy? Finally, a voice drifted out. It was King Tian Huang. No matter who he is, he stole our heavenly ruthless bead. He Xian stared at Lin Ling, who was cultivating with malicious intent. In addition to him, many masters also frowned and stared deeply at Lin Ling. Although this boy killed Gui Sha Tianli, the heavens will not allow him to openly steal Gui Sha Tianli. A master said loudly, moreover, the heavenly ruthless bead should be shared equally among all of us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's emotions were stirred. Only those who were capable would be able to obtain it. Indeed, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth be obtained by Lin Ling alone? Most importantly, no one knew Lin Ling, which meant that Lin Ling's background was very ordinary. At most, he was at the level of a referral, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Wait, you all agreed before that the one who killed Gui Sha Tianli would get the heavenly ruthless bead, but now, you seem to be going back on your words. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Yi stood in front of Lin Ling, frowning at the crowd. He made his move after we injured Gui Sha Tianli, so he snatched our harvest. Since he doesn't follow the rules, we naturally won't follow the rules either. Heaven Wasteland King's cold laughter came out. What a joke. We saw it just now. When Shisha Tianli descended, the evil aura became even stronger, but you didn't dare to approach. Moreover, even if you could attack, would you be able to kill Shisha Tianli? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lin Ling had not made a move, they might not have been able to succeed. That was because Lin Ling's sword had severed the fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead and the heavenly ruthless ghost. That sword had been so tricky that they could not do it. They also did not know that the heavenly ruthless ghost was hiding such a secret. He's only relying on that sword. That sword looks like a pretty good heavenly soldier. It's very likely that it has reached the heaven stage. Crane Immortal's white robe fluttered as he smiled. It seemed like he was talking about how strong Lin Ling was, but he was also telling everyone that Lin Ling's sword was a pretty good treasure. This made many people stare at Lin Ling's sword, their eyes turning colder. 1. Lin Ling was in the midst of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity. 2. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he was only a Saint Realm First Heaven. Although his strength was a little mysterious, there were so many experts here. Would they be afraid of him alone? However, he killed Shisha Tianli and benefited the three mysterious of the human realm. Therefore, we will let him leave and give him some ghost face grass. However, his heavenly ruthless bead must be left behind. Moreover, his sword seems to have been obtained in the ghost realm. Even if it doesn't belong to him, it should be left behind for the true owner of the sword to claim. Crane Immortal waved his right hand, showing off his elegance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling's sword. That sword made his heart skip a beat. That's great. At least we can answer to the 7 emperors. He took someone else's item. Naturally, he has to return it. Moreover, he met us. If he met other experts, they would have killed him long ago. That's right. Letting him leave is giving us a way out. Many experts nodded. They would take back the heavenly ruthless bead first and discuss how to split the loot. Of course, there was also the sword. Then let me take back the sword. Moreover, your team seems to have killed my 9 nether troop. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Without giving Lin Ling and the others any more time, King Tianhuang walked towards Lin Ling. Although he looked calm, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am the world palm. He struck out with his palm. It was extremely domineering, as if the whole world was under his control. This was a rare domineering law. It was similar to Lin Ling's fiend god Overlord physique. It could withstand the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, yin and yang. You. Lin Yi frowned. The situation was getting troublesome. He couldn't stop these experts. Flame God world. However, at this moment, a shout was heard. The mighty flame was like the master of a world. Under countless gazes, it collided with the domineering palm. In the end, the 2 terrifying attacks were annihilated. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Someone is helping? They looked over and saw a red-haired girl coldly looking at them from afar. She stretched out her jade-like hand, and flames burned on her palm. Moreover, she seemed to have used a powerful attack. Her celestial body was also finished, and she turned into a 5-year-old porcelain doll-like girl. Although she was cold, she was extremely cute. The disciple of the warlord, Princess Wuling? Everyone was in disbelief. Princess Wuling, what do you mean by this? King Tianhuang frowned and said. At this moment, the fire spirit princess' bright eyes were filled with indifference. She ignored the heaven wasteland king and instead looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This was the first time she had seen this young man. However, his handsome features and calm eyes gave her a strange feeling, as if she owed him something. I said that the heavenly ruthless bead belongs to me. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. He wants to leave it to me, said the Princess Wuling in a clear and melodious voice. Many people suddenly understood. So that was how it was. But it was in line with Princess Wuling's temperament. All right, attack, said the Princess Wuling. Everybody looked at Princess Wuling. However, Princess Wuling frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to kill that young man for the time being. If you can't do it, I'll do it, said King Tianhuang. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more annoyed he was. Lin Ling was surprisingly asking Princess Wuling to help him. Why? How dare you? I said that his life is mine, said Princess Wuling, shouted Princess Wuling. Her voice was like a silver bell. Nobody dared offend her. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't. Was she going to wait until Lin Ling broke through to the next cultivation layer? Everybody frowned. Princess Wuling was the only one who could stop them. Because she was a disciple of the warlord clan, nobody dared offend her. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare offend a disciple of Champion University, but it was a different story if she was a disciple of Champion University. Princess Wuling, even though he offended you, he helped millions of people, so you can't kill him. However, you have to hand over his sword and the heavenly ruthless bead. All right. Chapter 14-16. You want to steal my sword? It's old Jean. Yes. And old Xian from Yungu's celestial stage. Yes. Many people recognized the 2 old men and immediately bowed respectfully. Those 2 old men were like the Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper because they were real legendary disciples from Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage. Everybody had to look up to them. When the 2 Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper appeared, the Yin Mountain became even more silent. I know who the owner of his sword is. Therefore, I'll take his sword and give it back to its owner. Yes. 2 old men appeared in front of the crowd. Old Xian smiled. His eyes were burning with passion. That sword was quite powerful. He had taken a fancy to it. The fire spirit pouted. She didn't know what to say because she didn't know why she wanted to help that young man. She had just helped him without thinking. Lei Yi, go and bring that sword and the heavenly ruthless bead here. These 2 treasures don't belong to that young man. Elder Xian knows the owner of the sword, so he'll take care of them. As for the heavenly ruthless bead, it was obtained through great effort, but it still needs an owner. Until the final owner appears, I'll take care of it. Yes, said old Jean in a dignified way. Many people had the impression that old Jean wanted the Tian Violent Pearl. I agree with old Jean. Old Jean has unquestionable integrity. It's fair for him to take care of the treasure. Yes. I agree too. Yes, shouted many people after remaining silent for a few seconds. They couldn't get the Tian Violent Pearl, so they supported old Jean. After all, in the future, they would need his help. They couldn't miss that opportunity. When someone spoke up, the others didn't want to be outdone. They all supported old Jean. Old Jean, old Jian, don't worry, I'll take the sword and the Tian Violent Pearl back. Yes, said the young man called Lei Yi, smiling and walking towards Lin Ling. He had already been recommended to Champion University, but this time, he had helped old Jean, so old Jean would think highly of him. Those guys. Yes. The faces of Yao Ping and the others darkened. It was just that there were too many experts here, so they had no right to speak. Lin Ling remained seated cross-legged in his Dantian region. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as his 8 spiritual sources merged together to form an enormous sage sea. Once the sage sea appeared, he would transcend mortality and become a sage. Moreover, old Z continued to whisper in Lin Ling's ear, telling Lin Ling that it was more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than for ordinary people because he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi, and spirit Qi. On top of that, his spiritual Qi was simply too vast, so he only needed 1 Dan to break through to the Saint realm. Lin Ling's Saint Qi was the purest and most condensed of all. Pop. Pop. At the same time, in Lin Ling's soul sea, the sky shattered and fused together. This allowed Lin Ling's understanding of the void to deepen. The symbol of the Saint Realm was to comprehend the void. However, not every early-stage Saint Realm cultivator would be able to comprehend the void. Most of them would only be able to comprehend the void after reaching the late stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique allowed him to distort space, allowing him to become more familiar with the void. Space separation. The so-called space separation not only allowed Lin Ling's distorted space to become stronger, but it also allowed the law of space to form an attack. Space slash. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Isolating the energy of heaven and earth, it formed a kind of space slash, also known as the void slash. One had to know that heaven and earth were filled with spiritual Qi. No matter where one went, there would be spiritual Qi. However, space could be devoid of spiritual Qi. This was proof of the power of space. Once this power was controlled, the attack power would be incomparably terrifying. It seems that my godly demon overlord physique has an additional attack. Heaven. Lin Ling thought to himself. Currently, he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi, and spirit. Absolute defense, fiend god overlord physique, all immortal physiques below the 10th grade of the yellow realm would be crushed, and his physical body was extremely strong. Absolute speed, space distortion, and now space separation. He could separate the opponent's powerful attack by at least 50%. At the same time, he could form this kind of attack into a slash, which was extremely terrifying. Absolute attack, Emperor rank tyrannical song sword, and space slash. In fact, space slash was also heaven uprooting, but with the addition of the power of space, the attack was even stronger. Of course, in terms of attack power, Lin Ling's strongest points were still his soul force and tyrannical song sword. Rumble. This time's comprehension seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Lin Ling's Dantian Saint Qi was finally successfully condensed, and there was also excess spiritual Qi continuously flowing in, allowing his realm to gradually stabilize. This was very scary because very few people could stabilize their realm immediately after breaking through. From another perspective, this also showed how many heavenly treasures Lin Ling had consumed. My strength has increased by 3 times. Lin Ling's heart was filled with pride. At the same time, Lei had already arrived in front of Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Just a transcendent trash, he actually dared to snatch the heavenly violence bead in the midst of a battle for supremacy. This was a disgrace to him, but so what if he was dazzling? Wasn't the heavenly violence bead still going to belong to the 2 titans? Even his sword had been snatched away. Then, his hand slowly reached for the sword. At the same time, old Xian, who was far away, smiled slightly. Was the sword going to succeed? Buzz. However, just as Lei Yi's hand touched the sword, a hand slowly landed on his wrist and stopped him. Sir, why did you touch my sword? At the same time, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, Lin Ling woke up and looked coldly at Lei Yi. He woke up. How lucky, he actually succeeded in breaking through, but he's only a Saint Realm First Heaven. The crowd was surprised, but then they all sneered. The young man was really lucky to be able to break through at such a time. Of course, if the Fire Spirit Princess hadn't delayed him, the young man would have already failed. You're awake? That's even better. Now let me tell you, your sword was stolen from someone else, so you have to hand it over. Also, you have to hand over the Tianli bead. Old Zhan and old Jian saw that you killed Tianli Gui and spared your life. Now, get out of here. Lei Yi was also surprised, but he quickly said indifferently. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Ling, they want to steal your loot. Lin Ling explained the situation from the side, causing Lin Ling's face to turn cold instantly. You want to steal my sword? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Lei Yi. First, it's not that I want it, but the original owner of the sword wants it back. Second, did I allow you to speak to me in such a tone? Lei Yi said word by word. In front of so many people, he couldn't embarrass himself. However, this young man overestimated himself and questioned him. This made his anger boil. Now, you only have one choice. Hand over the sword and the Tianli bead and get out of here. Lei Yi said again, his attitude extremely firm. He wanted Lin Ling to get out of here like a stray dog. Very well, then I'll give you a choice. Chapter 14-17. Given a choice, the corners of Lei Yi's mouth curled up, curious as to what choice he would make, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling took a step forward and a terrifying physical strength erupted from his left hand, this time mixed with the power of his Saint Si. I'll give you a choice, scram. Hong. A fist punched out, its aura capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. It smashed into Rei's stomach, causing Rei's pupils to constrict. He never imagined that this youth would dare to attack him. But in the next moment, a terrifying strength swept out, crushing the Saint Si in his dantian. He bent over like a shrimp, and then he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. He crashed into the distance and immediately lost consciousness. This punch was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Lin Ling had actually dared to attack, so the choice he had given was to use his fist. You're quite bold. The 2 titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper Realm were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. A trivial Saint Realm Jr. actually dared to attack them in front of them. Courting death, we gave him a way out and told him to scram, yet he actually dared to resist. Lei Yi only took back his sword, but he didn't appreciate it and instead attacked him. If it were up to me, we'd definitely teach him a lesson. The crowd of heroes all let out angry voices. This young man was simply too arrogant. You bunch of trash, do you only know how to flatter others? You only know how to be envious of others after they snatch your treasures, yet you're so shameless as to cultivate the martial Tao. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice everyone's anger, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Yun Luoxia had told him what had happened before, letting him know that if it weren't for her help, he would have failed to break through. Moreover, Gue Sha and Tianli were killed by him, so these people not only didn't want to be grateful, they also wanted to steal his Tianli bead and even snatch his sword. If it were before, he would have immediately fled upon encountering so many masters, but now, his strength had greatly increased, and the situation was no longer something others could control. He was the master of this world. Trash, you're calling all of us trash? The crowd became even more restless. They had seen arrogance before, but none of them had ever seen such arrogance. Even the two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper couldn't help laughing. This young man's strength was indeed not bad, being able to enter the Saint Realm battlefield as a transcendent, but that was it, he didn't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Yin Shan's angry roar was like a tidal wave. The crowd was furious. Reckless Jr., although Old Jean and Old Xian are only at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm, they are the disciples of legends of the mortal world. Their statuses are high, yet this junior dared to call them trash. In the distant periphery of Yellow Spring Mountain, a large number of powerhouses were also watching the scene on Yin Mountain. These people were even stronger, having reached the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. What an unyielding young man. Even if he dies, he won't hand over the sword. I want to see how long he can last. These powerhouses were divided into 3 groups. They were from Black Origin, Black Peng, and Black Yellow. They were the only ones in the Ghost Realm who could enter Yellow Spring Mountain. One of the groups was from Black Sky Dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianping Province. Black Sky Dynasty was a super powerful existence in Kuan Temple. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and Hong Mansion. In Xianping Province, it was second only to the 7 Emperors World. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Has this Lin Ling started to enter the 3 profound stages of the mortal world? A handsome man in that group said. He knew Lin Ling. He's Lin Ling, who's currently in the limelight in Xianping territory. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. However, Senior Pooh, this person is from Heavenly Temple. Are you interested? I'm not interested, but I owe him a favor that I haven't paid back yet. The 3 top groups all looked at Yin Shan and expressed their opinions. They were watching the scene in front of them as if they were watching a good show. Yin Shan's angry voice was still like the waves of the sea. Lin Ling, they're disciples of Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage. They're also elders. You can't offend them, said Yun Luo Xia hastily. Lin Ling could offend anyone, but he couldn't offend 3 legendary cultivators. Besides, they knew that Lin Ling was proud and arrogant. He knew what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, even if the heavens were big, Lin Ling wouldn't lower his head. Masters, please listen to me. Yun Luoxia quickly spoke for Lin Ling. Hearing that, the 2 old men sneered and said indifferently, then what do you want to say? My teammates don't know how strong you are, so if they offend you, please forgive them. You're a titan, you won't lower yourself to our level, said Yun Luoxia. The 2 old men nodded. They represented Champion University in Yungu's celestial stage, so they cared about their reputation too. Even though we won't blame him, his sword is my friend's, so he has to give it back. And the Tianli pearl, everybody worked hard to get it, so he has to give it back. Then, he has to apologize and kowtow. Let's forget about what happened before. Old Jean stroked his beard and said with a strong sense of righteousness. As expected of Old Jean, he has unquestionable integrity. Surprisingly, he doesn't blame Lin Ling. He's an emperor's disciple, how could he lower himself to the same level as that young man? Lin Ling, you're lucky. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize, said the crowd worshipping him. Old Xian smiled and said, of course, if cultivators can't solve problems with words, they can solve problems with strength. He can also prove himself. I'll let the 3 of them fight for the sword. If he wins, we'll leave immediately and forget about this. As soon as these words were said, many people were even more impressed. The two great masters actually gave Lin Ling a chance. But for Yun Luoxia and the others, it wasn't an opportunity because Lin Ling couldn't stop them. It also meant that no matter what, Lin Ling would have to leave empty-handed. Lin Ling, what should we do? Asked Lin Yi, looking at Lin Ling and frowning. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, "All right." A soft voice drifted out and silenced the Ean Mountain. The two titans were startled as well. This young man actually agreed? Even though Lin Ling had killed Shisha Tianli, everybody knew that Lin Ling's sword had been very tricky. It had cut off the fusion between Shisha Tianli and the Tianli Pearl. In terms of strength, there were countless heroes here. How could Lin Ling stop them? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm first-layer cultivator. Moreover, he had broken through by luck. You really agree? Even old Jean was surprised. But he quickly became happy. If that was the case, he would get Lin Ling's treasure. No one would say that he was bullying the weak. When Shisha Tianli was born, they didn't make a move because they couldn't put down their faces to fight for it. It was the same now. However, Lin Ling had given them an even better excuse to get the treasure. Of course I agree. Why not? Lin Ling nodded, but the person who fights must have 100 ghost face grass. If I win, the ghost face grass will belong to me. If I lose, the sword and Tianli Pearl will belong to me. It's a fair fight. Do you dare? Chapter 14:18. I don't know what you should thank me for. After hearing this, many people were startled. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a request. However, they glanced at the two titans and immediately became spirited. This was even better because they had helped the two titans obtain the sword and the heavenly violence pearl. This favor would be even clearer and the two titans would remember them. Elder Jean and Elder Xian both smiled. They naturally agreed to this condition. Then let's have a fair duel. Don't worry, even if you can't win, we won't let anyone kill you. With us two elders here, your safety is guaranteed. Moreover, if your talent is not bad, we can give you some pointers and let you have the qualifications to be recommended. Elder Xian was extremely happy, so he decided to give Lin Ling a way out. It was as if he was bestowing some kind of treasure upon Lin Ling, causing the eyes of many heroes to turn red. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was stunned. He sneered and said, "I can't guarantee that I won't kill your dog. Besides, you want to give me pointers? Who do you think you are to give me pointers? You." The joy in the hearts of the two Mount Tais north seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Boom! As for the surrounding heroes, their hearts were about to explode. What an arrogant junior, how insolent. Who's the first one to die? However, the voice that made them furious once again drifted out. Lin Ling wanted them to die? All right, Immortal General, you go. Old Jean's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Ling and said, "Seeing that you're still young, we won't let the older powerhouses go up, lest you say that we have an unfair advantage. If that's the case, I won't be able to put down my face. I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Lin Ling said apathetically, which infuriated Elder Jean even more, but he endured it. "Thank you, Old Jean, for giving me this opportunity." That youth called Undying General laughed excitedly. Right now, he didn't have a recommendation quota, but after obtaining a favor, this recommendation quota wouldn't be difficult. Thank you, Lin Ling." The Immortal General strode forward, the wind and clouds billowing. He was at the second layer of the Saint Realm, a 7th level golden class talent. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Even if they were at the same level, the Immortal General wouldn't fear him. Thank me? This time, Lin Ling was a little puzzled. Why did the other party thank him? Don't you know how hard it is to get a recommendation? Even if you have great strength, it will be very difficult for you to enter the 3 great legends of the mortal realm without a recommendation. Now that you have helped me, how can I not thank you? The undying general calmly spoke, making Lin Ling laugh coldly. He finally understood what the undying general meant. Are you so confident that you can win? Not only can I defeat you, I can even kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The immortal general had great confidence in himself. Good, put down the 100 stalks of ghost face grass, then you can die. Lin Ling nodded, making the immortal general stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. You were really strong before, but you only killed Gui Sha Tianli when he was in danger. Now, I can kill you in 3 moves. No, I can't kill you, I can defeat you. Immortal general, let him know who he is. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding voices were like waves. No one thought that Lin Ling would win. Even Yun Luoxia and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they knew that the immortal general had gone to the lower Xian ranking and almost made it into the ranking. This showed how terrifying he was. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed Tengu when he was in the Transcendent Realm. Tengu was a master on the ranking list, ranked at the bottom. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Saint Realm, these heroes were like dogs. Immortal heaven cloud shattering. The surrounding voices made the immortal general even more domineering. Grand principles appeared, and they had almost reached the great accomplishment realm. His talent was shattering, and he could shatter the clouds in the sky. This guy's strength has greatly improved. Among the cheering crowd, many of them had solemn expressions. Only Fire Spirit Princess knew that Lin Ling's fire martial Dao was stronger, reaching the great accomplishment realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of the one-line sky. However, Lin Ling's talent and immortal physique were not as good as the immortal general's, and his realm was lower. Rumble. The ground of Een Mountain exploded, as if everything in the world was shattering. The immortal general's attack was extremely domineering, and clouds covered Een Mountain. Seniors, I've won. At this moment, a proud voice drifted out from the clouds. It was the immortal general's voice. He had used his strongest attack just now, wanting to kill with one blow and cause a sensation. Good, immortal general, the overlord of the great Xianyuan domain, I have faith in you. Old Jean stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That was too easy. He was defeated just like that. Sigh. I really envy the immortal general. If only I had gone up, would have gained the favor of the 2 great disciples. Sigh. Many people stared at the clouds, quietly waiting for the immortal general to come out. However, right at this moment, space rippled, and an illusory figure appeared behind the immortal general like water ripples. The immortal general stopped in his tracks, and his pupils constricted. The one who appeared behind him was Lin Ling. Not bad at all. A large area attack, but the loophole in the grand principles is too large, so it can be easily avoided. Sigh. A disdainful voice sounded. Meanwhile, the immortal king's body trembled. How could this be? He had just turned around, but what welcomed him was a sword that revealed its sharpness. Within the power of 8 universes, it carried the power of space, cutting through space, fiercely slashing over. Empty sword. Sigh. The immortal general seemed to have seen the final sword of his life. It was incomparably dazzling, and that sword was so fast that it actually had the power to distort space. You ambushed me. Sigh. He only let out one last sound, and then his head fell off, rolling out of the clouds. Meanwhile, at this moment, everyone outside was still quietly waiting for the immortal general to walk out of the clouds, but soon, a voice that said, "You ambushed me," drifted out, making many people's hearts tremble. Then, a rumbling sound sounded, and a head rolled out from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the immortal general's head. Silence, absolute silence. They all thought that the immortal general would definitely win, but who knew that in the end, what he exchanged for was a head. Most importantly, that head belonged to the immortal general. You are thanking me? I don't know what you should be thanking me for. Sigh. At the same time, the clouds gradually scattered. A black-robed youth walked out, an evil smile at the corners of his lips, looking at everyone with contempt. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all stared at the youth in shock. That youth was extremely cold, his smile carrying an evil aura, seemingly calm, but hiding a storm. You killed him. Elder Jean and Elder Xian were stunned, and then they both roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would win, and even kill the immortal general. If you want to take advantage of others, then you definitely have to put your life on the line. Before, when I killed Gui Sha Tianli, I also put my life on the line. Lin Ling said indifferently, pointing his sword at the crowd in front of him. There are 2 more, who wants to go? Go. Arrogant. Go. Chapter 14-19. Strength blooming, Amitba, this old monk will do it. Tian Long De Chan Master, you are too old, it's not a fair fight, let me do it. At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a domineering figure appeared above Lin Ling's head, looking down at him. You killed my Lin Ling troop, didn't you? This person is King Tian Huang. Lin Ling seemed to be very strong, but he had heard the immortal general say that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him. This meant that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than the immortal general. Otherwise, why would Lin Ling sneak attack him? He could just crush him. Therefore, he estimated that Lin Ling was definitely weaker than him. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the king in the sky indifferently. You're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I admit that you're very strong, but you only won because of a sneak attack. Now, you'll have to face my world palm. A domineering voice floated out from King Tian Huang's mouth. His body was as majestic as a palace, and his palm fiercely slammed out, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the earth to explode. The moment he attacked, he exploded with the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Moreover, he was a 3rd heaven saint expert with a 7th grade yellow rank immortal body, the tyrant body of heaven and earth. Once the great law appeared, he would dominate and have the power to crush everything. The crowd in the distance was boiling. Lin Ling had won previously, but it seemed to be a sneak attack. Now that he met King Tian Huang, he could still sneak attack. Empty sword. Staring at the terrifying palm in the sky, Lin Ling was still like a proud swordsman. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced towards the sky. The sword in his hand was majestic, blooming with unparalleled power. Although the opponent's cultivation was higher, it wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed someone of this realm before. Tengu was one of them. Rumble. The sword and the huge palm collided, shaking heaven and earth, and rolling thunder and wind. He's also very strong. Many people's faces were solemn. Lin Ling was actually not killed by a single palm strike. His strength was indeed not bad. Heaven Wasteland King furrowed his brows. His I am the world palm was invincible and could suppress all the cultivation of the opponent. However, in front of Lin Ling, the additional effect seemed to be useless. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing the heavens with his sword. Finally, with a ruthless slash, he severed the I am the world palm. That tyrannical slash caused even more people to suck in a breath of cold air. Before, they were not willing to let Lin Ling obtain the treasure, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified. At least in a one-on-one battle, there were very few people present who could win against Lin Ling. You only have this little bit of strength. I only used one palm, but you blocked it with all your strength. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Heaven Wasteland King was still floating in the air, his indifferent voice coming out of his mouth. In the 3 profound of the human world, he was all-powerful and had defeated countless opponents. Now, he finally met an opponent who could move him. Because the opponent was only in the saint realm, he could block his palm. However, that was all. I am the world fist. I am the world palm. I am the world body. Rumble. In the sky, mountain-like fists and palms pressed down majestically. As soon as those palms came out, many people had difficulty breathing. They found that those attacks were not only powerful, but also carried the aura of the Great Law. It was so tyrannical that it actually compressed the spirit chi of the entire sky. The spirit chi was compressed as if it was controlled. This showed that I am the tyrannical world palm. Rumble. All the giant palms slapped out, instantly drowning Lin Ling. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of one of the most powerful teams in Yin Mountain today. They obliterated Lin Ling with thunderous momentum. This time, we should be able to win. Old Jean and Old Xian said indifferently. What a powerful great law of martial arts. However, thank you for your strength. Now, it's time for you to die. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded. Flames erupted from the cratered ground below. A destructive, tyrannical, and crazy aura rushed into the sky. Dragons. Countless dragons swam out from the ground as if they were burning the sky. The great law of fire, the peak realm. The fire spirit princess was the most sensitive to fire. At this moment, her baby face was full of shock because she had not reached this realm. What? He's not dead yet? Old Jean and Old Xian also had difficulty breathing. They also felt a strong pressure. In their eyes, millions of fire dragons roared and clustered around a fire dragon king, majestically flying into the sky. At the head of the fire dragon king, the black-robed youth looked like a king descending to the world. He was like the wrath of the fire god, looking down on the world. Stealing my things, and you even have a reason to do so. Heaven Wasteland King, you are really a disgrace to my palace. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder in King Tianhuang's ears. His face turned pale. The young man was at the first level of the Saint Realm, but he gave off a powerful pressure as if he was at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. How could this be? Could it be that the youth had absorbed his strength? Yes, it was the sword. Heaven Wasteland King stared at Lin Ling's sword in shock. This time, he completely understood. It was that sword. Run, you have 3 breaths of time to run. Stepping on the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling appeared in front of Heaven Wasteland King and said indifferently. In your dreams, I am a genius king of the palace, one of the recommended candidates. How can I run? Heaven Wasteland King roared. Today, the heroes of Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy. He shone brightly and made countless people look up to him and worship him. How could he run away from this final battle? If you don't run, then die. Lin Ling coldly spat out a murderous voice. He was incomparably decisive. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. The strength that he had absorbed from Heaven Wasteland King turned into flames and spewed out. Lin Ling's great law of fire was only at the small success stage, but with the help of the Emperor Stage Tyrant Song Sword's fire formation, he could raise it to the large success stage. Moreover, if he absorbed the opponent's strength, he could raise it to the peak stage. He could slash out a terrifying sword slash like one-line sky, and also use the great law of heavenly patterned martial arts of the transcendent stage. And this great law was the 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Rumble. In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, the ghost domain seemed to have turned into purgatory. How terrifying, is this the fire dragon world? The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after reaching the first level Saint Realm. I am the world palm. I am the world fist. Die. Heaven Wasteland King's eyes were red. He attacked crazily, as if he wanted to break the dome of heaven with his fist. His martial arts were indeed terrifying, but he encountered the even more terrifying 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Those flame dragons were extremely tyrannical and could burn anything in the world. When they swept out, Heaven Wasteland King's domineering fist was burned and then exploded. 10,000 dragons roared, terrifying. How can this be? My immortal body is not afraid of the 5 elements, yin and yang. How can his fire harm me? Heaven Wasteland King's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt that the black-robed youth was terrifying. He then clenched his teeth. The future is long, let's fight again next time. He retreated. Escape? The crowd's mouth was dry. Even someone as strong as Heaven Wasteland King was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. Want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Ling indifferently spat out, making the crowd look at the sky. Only then did they realize that the dense fire dragons had formed a mysterious formation that dominated the entire sky. Great Law, this was the true Great Law. Chapter 1420. Magnificent army frightens the world. Boom. King Tian Huang took a step forward, but the flames inexplicably exploded around him, causing him to be covered in dust. As he retreated, the flames exploded again, and he seemed to have stepped into a purgatory of fire. Wait, let me out. Tian Huang was even more afraid. What kind of martial art was this? Why did it have the power of formation runes? I beg you. His voice drifted in the sky, making many people feel unreal. One had to know that after Tian Huang arrived, even the Fire Spirit Princess was not afraid of him. Moreover, he was about to become a recommendation, so he did not care about the millions of heroes. But now, not only was he afraid, he was begging for mercy, begging the son of the Fire Dragon King in the sky. Beg me? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Begging for mercy when you are not as strong as others, but killing when you are stronger than others? How could there be such an easy thing? Die for me, Million Dragon Dance. Boom. Something even more terrifying happened. In the sky, millions of fire dragons danced, and their trajectories carried a mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The power of the Great Law was even more domineering. And this martial art was formed by Lin Ling with the formation runes. It could only be used when using the 10,000 forbidden Great Fire Dragon. No, let me out. Tian Huang was trapped in the Great Law of Fire. His voice was even more panicked as he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was blasted full of holes by the flames. His immortal physique was not afraid of the 5 elements, but in fact, it was only relatively speaking. Under the power that exceeded his knowledge, he would still be burned by the flames. In the sky, the voice gradually became softer. Tian Huang was blasted to death by the dragons. The most ironic thing was that the power that blasted him to death came from his body, absorbed by the Tyrant Song sword. So terrifying. That's right. It's that sword, right? That sword is definitely not of the king grade. I'm afraid it has reached the emperor grade and increased the power of fire by 100%. He won 2 out of 3 matches just like that. The hearts of the people in the distance exploded. For the first time, they felt that the black-robed youth was like an emperor descending. He was completely unfathomable. He was only a first-layer saint, but his strength was too terrifying. Even old Jean and old Xian looked serious. Unknowingly, there was only 1 match left. What should they do? Could it be that he was going to watch that young man leave with the treasure? Trash, a bunch of trash. A 3rd-layer saint couldn't even stop a 1st-layer saint. What right do you have to say that you have a recommendation? What other dog? In the sky, the flames gradually dimmed. Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, stared indifferently at the heroes of the world. Crazy, crazy enough. No one had expected that the most domineering person in today's battle for supremacy would be that young man. The most ironic thing was that they had previously bullied the young man because his cultivation level was low, while they had more experts on their side, so they coveted the young man's treasures. But now, it seemed that the young man's treasures weren't something that just anyone could lay a finger on. He must have been recommended, or else he wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, he should be from Xianping Province's 7 Emperors' Heaven. Someone guessed, making even more people suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that with the recommendation of one of the three great legends of the human realm, that youth definitely had a seat that could laugh proudly in the human realm. Crane Immortal, you go, you must defeat him. Old Jean shouted. There was no other choice, he could only rely on Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal was already recommended, and he had a powerful 8th rank Yellow Realm talent. In terms of immortal physique, he was above everyone else. Impudent Junior, look over here. Crane Immortal's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. He was like an immortal crane in the clouds, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Tens of thousands of immortal cranes appeared in the sky. It was like an immortal realm, thousands of auspicious colors, and endless rays of light, making people feel as if they had entered a dreamland. The great heavenly crane physique, according to legends, was the bloodline of immortal cranes. It came from the myriad immortals island and could become immortals. Look, Crane Immortal grew a pair of wings. Many people stared at the immortal youth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Crane Immortal was even more elegant. His white robe made him look like an immortal, with a pair of pure white wings behind his back. That kind of beauty was indescribable, and that kind of holiness was even more difficult to describe with words. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Tens of thousands of white cranes had just appeared. Almost at the same time, Crane Immortal's hands moved frequently. Then, like a fairy scattering flowers, countless Taoist scriptures flew out along with the white cranes, forming mysterious and profound patterns. The sky was filled with white cranes, the sky was filled with ancient scriptures. The great law and the immortal physique fused together, forming the great law of Tao that controlled the world. This was Crane Immortal's most powerful technique, Taoist secret scriptures. Everything returned to the beginning. Under his great law, everything would return to their original state. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost chi in the sky returned to its original state. Even the earth returned to its original state. It was as if this was not a ghost realm, but an immortal realm. The Tao of Tao, without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Only his voice floated out from time to time, falling into the ears of all living beings in the world. Lin Ling, you are dead. The distant crowd was shocked by Crane Immortal's technique, but soon they cheered. This was the beginning of everything. This also meant that under Crane Immortal's great law, Lin Ling would return to his original state. At that time, he would only be an ordinary person. So, how could he win? As expected of the bloodline of myriad immortals island. Becoming a disciple is only a matter of time. Old Xian praised. He was very satisfied, he was very satisfied. Lin Ling, this arrogant and unbridled junior, was finally suppressed. At this moment, cranes filled the sky. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He felt a mysterious aura spread out, causing his pupils to constrict. But soon, his body produced a resistance force, gradually allowing him to return to his original state. It was the fiend god Overlord physique. Crane Immortal's great law was based on his immortal physique, but it was only yellow rank 8th rank. However, Lin Ling was yellow rank 10th rank. An 8th rank dared to be arrogant in front of a 10th rank? Are you done singing? While everyone was excited, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the entire Eam Mountain. Singing? Lin Ling said Crane Immortal was singing? Even Crane Immortal's pupils constricted. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. Embarrassing. He, a dignified immortal young master, had actually become a singer. The Tao cannot be Tao. Without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, it is not real. If it is not real, it is empty. Heaven and earth are all cranes, thousands of mountains, there is a beginning and an end. Crane Immortal erupted with an even more powerful great law. It could make 90% of the people present unable to block his divine ability power. However, this did not include Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was even colder, as if he was being played. He took a step, distorted space, and pounced towards Crane Immortal. Are you done singing? A domineering and angry voice once again shook the world. How can he ignore the great law of heaven and earth? Everyone's heart exploded. Then, a voice of fear rose in their minds. Could it be an immortal physique that surpassed Crane Immortal's? For the final battle, did you bring 100 ghost face grass? You didn't say anything before coming to fight me. Moreover, in the battle, not only did you not use your full strength, you sang everywhere, and even let chickens and ducks fly everywhere. Scram! Chapter 14:21. Lawless. Rumble. Along the way, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, destroying all the cranes in the sky and destroying the immortal realm. Emperor, it's actually an emperor. Emperor. The dignified Crane Immortal was actually singing, and the great heavenly crane was actually a chicken or a duck. Emperor. Countless people and heroes swallowed their saliva. They had seen Saint Realm experts challenge those of a higher realm, but they had never seen such an invincible one. His defense could be called abnormal. You. Emperor. As for the Crane Immortal, his eyes were red. He did not expect that Lin Ling would not be affected by his great law. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a sword came from the west. The cold killing intent scared him so much that his face turned pale. He hurriedly dodged, and the jade crown on his head fell from the sky. Pa! Falling to the ground, the crown shattered. Countless people looked over and felt that it was extremely ironic. Was this still the immortal young Master Crane Immortal? At this moment, he was worse than an immortal, worse than a human, more like a stray dog. Old Jean, help me. Emperor. Crane Immortal frantically fled. He was scared, completely scared. What was the origin of this young man? Why did an emperor descend? Why was he not afraid of his great heavenly crane physique? At this moment, old Jean and old Xian's faces were ferocious. How did things turn out like this? 3 heroes went out to fight, and if they didn't die, they would run away. Everyone was also stunned. This result was beyond their imagination. A first-layer Saint Realm expert sweeping all 3 recommendations. This was too much of a dream. Enough. Emperor. Elder Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar that shook the entire heaven and earth. Many people's eyes flickered, and a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Lin Ling had made the 2 titans lose face today. They were furious. And now that they were angry, they naturally wouldn't care about face anymore. They would definitely take action against Lin Ling. Idiot, he doesn't know that in this world, strength and status were everything. Even if he won 3 rounds, how could old Jean and old Xian let him go? Emperor. Some heroes coldly laughed. Lin Ling was arrogant, but now he couldn't be arrogant. Old Jean, make your move. Even more people were shouting loudly. Today, all of them had lost face, being suppressed by the venerable Emperor Youth Lin Ling. How could they swallow this humiliation? I say, enough. Old Jean also roared and released a powerful aura. He was a 4th-layer saint. The 2 of them were clearly furious at this moment because Lin Ling had ruthlessly humiliated them. Lin Ling, come back. Yun Luoxia and the others shouted anxiously. Mount Tai and Big Dipper had made their move. Lin Ling was in trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling also stopped and indifferently looked at Elder Jean and Elder Xian. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if he had released everything and shook the entire mountain. Ha ha ha. Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling hearing his arrogant laughter, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling actually dared to laugh. However, even though they felt that Lin Ling was arrogant to the extreme, they had to admit that Lin Ling was domineering and powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a proud swordsman, fearless in the face of the world. Others laughed at him for being too arrogant, but he laughed at them for not being able to see through him. "What are you laughing at?" The laughter was like mockery, causing the two old men's expressions to become even more unsightly. "I am laughing at your stupidity." Lin Ling stopped laughing. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his ancient sword was majestic. He stood in the sky and looked down at the two Mount Tai and Big Dipper. "I know you are laughing at the unfairness of the world. You clearly won, but we don't want to admit it. Brat, I want to tell you that the world represents everything with strength, and status is even more so. The two of us are disciples of the legend realm, so you shouldn't embarrass us and be stubborn." Old Xian threw caution to the wind and coldly said, "I am not laughing at the unfairness of the world, I am laughing because things are just as I thought." In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at the two Mount Tai and Big Dipper and indifferently said, "What?" He knew that this would happen. He clearly knew that he would offend the Mount Tai and Big Dipper, so why did he still stubbornly refuse to hand over the treasure? Many people were puzzled, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. "Then what are you trying to say?" Old Jean looked at Lin Ling and felt even more unhappy. Lin Ling knew that they were going to attack, but he was still not afraid. Lin Ling laughed again, and his cold and arrogant voice finally floated out. This was also the reason why he agreed to the 3 battles. "I want to say that I already knew that you guys would go back on your words, so I agreed to the 3 battles. As for you guys teaching me a lesson, sorry, I have been waiting, because today, I will even beat up the disciples of the legend realm." Boom! In the entire Yin Mountain, the hearts of countless people were like thunder. Lin Ling, it was not that he did not know that the Mount Tai and Big Dipper would go back on their words, he knew very well, so he was waiting for the Mount Tai and Big Dipper to come out and teach him a lesson. And Lin Ling's goal was to beat up the Mount Tai and Big Dipper. This kind of arrogance was simply unmatched in the whole world. The Mount Tai and Big Dipper, the disciples of the legend realm, the strongest and most respected existence in Yin Mountain today, Lin Ling dared to beat them? You! Old Jean and Old Xian were furious. They did not expect that they had already become Lin Ling's prey. From the beginning until now, Lin Ling did not put them in his eyes at all, and had always wanted to beat them up. "You obviously want to covet my things, but you are still hypocritically looking for excuses. Your strength is clearly not much, but you are still teaching me from above. You are only proud of your identity as the disciples of the legend realm. Do you really think that you represent the heavens? Even if you are the heavens, I will still teach you a lesson today." In the sky, a series of voices crazily spewed out. "How dare you!" Old Jean and Old Xian's faces were red with anger. This young man was simply lawless. Silent destruction blade. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wanted to teach them a lesson, so what if they were angry? Rumble. An even more terrifying soul attack was released, sweeping across the world. In the ghost domain, tens of thousands of ghosts howled. Lin Ling's soul power had transformed after forging the Emperor-rank Tyrant Song sword. Only a 4th-layer saint, what did he need to be afraid of? The soul blade carried the power of the soul seal and suppressed Old Jean. Old Jean's furious face instantly changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clang! The soul attack came, and Old Jean immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to fight. "Old Jean, what's wrong?" The crowd's pupils trembled fiercely. Lin Ling said that he wanted to teach the Mount Tai and Big Dipper a lesson, but now Old Jean was injured. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a 4th-layer saint? That's too scary. "You, what did you do to him?" Old Xian's face changed drastically. He no longer had the noble and unquestionable integrity from before, but now looked like a panicked old man. "I don't like him, so I beat him up." In the sky, an unruly voice drifted over. In the next moment, space distorted, and a cold young man appeared in front of old Xian, causing his face to turn pale. Try using your great law. Let me tell you, without a 10th grade yellow rank immortal body, I will fight you like a dog. In front of my absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed, a legend realm disciple like you is trash. Chapter 1422. King Xia. At this moment, if Elder Xian used his full strength, he wouldn't have been hit by Lin Ling's fist. However, he was completely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance and Elder Zhan's injury. He immediately lost the will to fight. In truth, his strength came from his identity. Of course, the identity of a legend's disciple was enough for him to laugh at the world. However, there was one person in the world who didn't buy this and continued to beat him. Heaven and earth. Boom. Lin Ling's body flickered and appeared in front of Elder Xian. He grabbed Elder Xian's neck with one hand and slapped out with the other. Trying to take advantage of your seniority in front of me? You found the wrong person. Boom. 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 Crisp slaps resounded throughout the world. Hit. Lin Ling hit. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. He had wanted to teach these two giants a lesson for a long time. Now, he did it in front of countless heroes. Boom. Boom. The sound of the slap landed in the ghost domain, and it was as if it landed on everyone's face. This caused countless people's expressions to freeze. They were previously discussing how to divide the treasures, but they completely did not expect that the youth they ignored would be so arrogant, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. He even dared to hit Mount Tai and Big Dipper. You dare to hit me? Boom. At this moment, Elder Xian was in a daze. Lin Ling's strength was too great. Under one slap, he kept vomiting blood. His beard flew everywhere as if it was pulled out by someone. Sorry, very sorry. He wanted to resist, but Lin Ling's slaps were like a storm, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, Lin Ling's immortal physique was even more domineering and ignored all the pressure on his body. I don't dare to hit you. Boom. The voice that answered Elder Xian was full of mockery and disdain. With the final slap, old Xian was directly smashed into the ground. The ground also cracked from the shock, and the palace-sized boulder floated in the air. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards old Zhan. Respected disciple of legend, I have come to apologize to you. At this moment, old Zhan was indeed powerful. Lin Ling's spiritual force didn't kill him, but it made his spiritual force unstable, as if it would dissipate at any moment. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is he here to bow and apologize? Impossible. He knew that Lin Ling was here to slap his face. I'm an elder of Champion University. If you hit me, you'll die. Old Zhan was anxious and angry, but the answer he got was a slap. Pa pa pa. If you're that strong, then I'll slap you even more. A sentence that made old Zhan spit out blood again came out. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he was even more crazy about slapping faces. Pa pa pa. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary slap to the face. Each slap was filled with immense strength, causing old Zhan's nose to become crooked and his teeth to fall out. The whole world was filled with the sound of the slaps. The heroes in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. It was completely different from Een Mountain's arrogance. After all, no matter how arrogant and domineering they were, they would never dare to hit a disciple of a myth. However, Lin Ling, who was insignificant in their eyes, dared to. Ha, awesome. Ha. On the ground, Lin Yi and the others were dumbstruck. Then, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. They didn't like the two old men at first, but now, they could finally vent their anger. Enough, little boy, you want to die. Enough. Finally, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. They were at the late stage of the Saint Origin layer. They couldn't stand it anymore. The two gods of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper were legends of their region, and now they were being slapped so hard that their beards were falling out. How could they endure that? When the strong cultivators arrived, Een Mountain became even more silent. They all knew that there were even stronger groups in Yellow Springs Mountain, and now those groups had arrived. Xianpeng Province's Xian Tian Temple, Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8-Yang Palace, and Xianhuang Dayu's Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. These three forces were the best of the three mysterious super sects in the human world. They were only below the three great legends of the human world. As for their strength, they were naturally at the level of summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Any one of them could easily kill everyone present. How terrifying! When Gue Sha Tianli appeared, those top cultivators didn't care about it, but that arrogant young man attracted all these ancient warriors. Xian Tian Temple. Xian Tian Temple, one of the 4 pillars of Xianpeng Province. As for Grand Mystic Region Xia King's 8-Yang Palace, one of the Grand Mystic Region's 5 heavenly kings, and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King is one of the 8 dragon kings of Xianhuang Dayu. Xian Tian Temple. Many people were in awe. The battle between Gue Sha Tianli and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King was the most sensational battle in the human world's 3 mysterious super sects. But now, it was just child's play. This was the real battle between heroes. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of cultivators floated in the sky. Some were riding on black dragons, some were sitting on proud suns, and some were just standing there. But their auras suppressed the entire Een Mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of the arrival of powerful ancient warriors. He was still grabbing Elder Xian and Elder Zhan and slapping their faces. Junior, how dare you insult the people of the Grand Mystic Region? You're courting death. Die. Finally, a man riding on a black dragon shouted angrily. This person was Grand Mystic Region's 8-Yang Palace. Lin Ling glanced at him. His strength was unfathomable. But soon, he saw a familiar face. It was actually Lord Pu of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. None of your business. Die. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart as he let out an explosive roar. Crazy. Die. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to be so arrogant in front of such powerful cultivators. Even Lin Yi and the others smiled bitterly. Although they knew that Lin Ling was the kind of person who would become stronger when facing strong opponents, the strength this time was too great. Every single one of them was an existence on par with Lord Mist. How could Lin Ling dare to refute them? He was dead for sure. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Xia family? Kill. Behind Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars, several men in armor walked out. Their strength had reached the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. They were extremely powerful. Their footsteps were synchronized like an army, but they carried a terrifying rhythm that trampled on everyone's hearts. Many people paled, but even more people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if Lin Ling would still dare to be so arrogant. Xia family? Let me ask you, Xia Wuxia is one of your people. Kill. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he looked at them coldly. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Or do you want to beg for mercy? Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars nodded indifferently. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a junior dared to go against his will. Beg for mercy? You don't know your limits. You only have more cultivation resources than me. If I also had cultivation resources, not only would I have slapped these 2 old men's faces, would have slapped your face too. Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't have a good impression of the Xia family because Xia Wuxia had captured his teammates. You are very bold. You must die. Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars was also furious. His opponent dared to slap his face. Chapter 1423. Monstrous enough, this action was telling Xia Wangbeiyang that even if he fought, he would still fight in front of Xia Wangbeiyang. This action was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. How arrogant. Even Princess Hualing sucked in a breath of cold air. She couldn't understand where this youth's confidence came from. Die. Die. Xia Wangbeiyang's subordinates were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Their murderous intent was fully revealed. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling die today. Lord Pu, you owe me a favor. Don't tell me you won't return it. Die. At this time, Lin Ling lightly said. Lord Pu. Everyone looked at the monstrous man. They naturally knew who he was. He was one of the 4 pillars of Shenping province. I thought I was monstrous enough, but you're even more monstrous than me. Die. Pu Daren's seductively handsome face showed a bloodthirsty smile. His gaze as he looked at Lin Ling was full of praise. What courage did he have to be fearless in front of the heroes of the world? When he had seen this Lin Ling at the old man's place in the past, he had felt that this youth was not ordinary. The reality was so. How long had it been, but he was already standing at such a height, just a few steps away from him, Pu Daren. I, Lord Pu, may be monstrous, but I will keep my words. Die. Lord Pu had always owed Lin Ling a favor. It was the favor of Lin Ling and old man Dong Fu for helping him forge a heavenly weapon. He had been looking for a chance to return it. Today, he could finally return it. He lightly waved his hand and darkness appeared. It was as if a crow's wings gently swept across the sky. Instantly, the experts in front of Lin Ling couldn't move. That kind of power was terrifying. Lord Pu, you. Die. Xia Wangbeiyang's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't expect Lord Pu to take action for this junior. After all, this junior was too arrogant and offended the heroes of the world. If Lord Pu took action, he would have to bear a lot of pressure. You're only on the same level as me. You don't need to tell me what to do. Lord Pu was as demonic as ever. No one knew what he was thinking, which made Prince Xia's face as cold as ice. He wanted to have a big fight with Lord Pu, but the matter of Yellow Springs Mountain was too important. So, a big fight here would only benefit others. Furthermore, Lord Pu's strength was also monstrous, so he did not dare to underestimate him. So in the end, he endured it. You can't kill me either. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. He came in front of Prince Xia Beiyang's subordinates and slapped them. I will slap your faces just the same. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of the slap was deafening. Main character, the absolute main character. Today, Lin Ling had arrived at the 3 profound realms with a nameless identity. The faces of all the heroes stiffened. He even dared to fight the people of the 5 heavenly kings. What else did Lin Ling not dare to fight? However, what they didn't know was that not only did Lin Ling dare to fight, he even dared to kill. Senior Pu, kill them, the favor you owe me will be repaid. Lin Ling said indifferently after slapping them a few times. The other party came to kill him in a domineering manner, so how could he show mercy? You really know how to make 3 colors red, but you're monstrous enough, I like it. Lord Pu licked his lips and waved his hand. A terrifying thing happened. Like the wings of a crow flying in the dark, Prince Xia Beiyang's subordinates exploded and died one after another. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were all dead. The crowd kept shaking their heads. How could it be like this? Lin Ling was invincible today, who could stop him? Alright, Lin Ling, leave this place with me. You owe me this favor. After killing the experts, Lord Pu laughed evilly. He knew that if he left Lin Ling alone here, he would die without a doubt. So, he wanted to take Lin Ling away. He also glanced at Prince Xia Beiyang, and the evil smile on his face became thicker. It was as if he knew that the other party would not be angry because the treasures of Yellow Spring Mountain were all in front of him. All right, I owe you this favor. As long as it's not against the rules, you can find me anytime. Lin Ling also laughed. Lord Pu was a smart person. He then led the group to Lord Pu. Throughout the entire process, countless eyes were watching, but no one could stop them. They could only watch as Lin Ling took the Tianli bead and left with a proud smile on his face. Let's go. Lord Pu laughed and led the group away. Prince Xia Beiyang stood where he was coldly. His subordinates were all furious, but they also knew that the treasures of Yellow Springs Mountain were naturally more valuable at this moment. Let's go. The top cultivators also left one by one, leaving behind the silent mountain. Everyone remembered Lin Ling's name. At this moment, on the mountain, Lord Pu and Lin Ling walked side by side. Lord Pu laughed, "You're really arrogant and monstrous. You even dared to hit a disciple of legend. I admire you." Hee, I don't like those old ghosts, so I naturally attacked. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. At that time, he had no choice but to teach them a lesson. He then cupped his hands. "Thank you, Lord Pu." Lord Pu waved his hand. "It's nothing. In my heart, if you're an enemy, you must be killed immediately. Otherwise, it's better to be a friend. Since you can't be killed, then you're a friend. If a friend is in trouble, then I'll help." Hee, it's my fortune to be friends with Lord Pu. All right, I owe you a favor. You can find me anytime. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. Lin Ling bowed again. Now that Lord Pu had escorted them to a safe place, he could leave as well. If you have the guts, you can come to Yellow Spring Mountain. If you can find some opportunities, it will be of great help to you in the future. Hee. Mr. Pu smiled faintly and didn't ask Lin Ling to stay. Lin Ling nodded and left with the group. Lord Pu, this Lin Ling is from Qian Hall, why are you helping him? Someone beside Lord Pu asked. This guy is not simple. Getting his favor is worth more than anything else. You must know that he was just an ant in front of me in the past, but now, I can't see through him. If you can't kill him, then don't kill him. It's better to be friends. Lord Pu looked at Lin Ling's back and waved his hand, leading the group to Yellow Spring Mountain again. At this moment, Lin Ling's group walked out of Mountain. Yao Ping and the others were full of admiration. Lin Ling's actions were simply earth-shattering. If this news spread to the three mystics of the human world, it would be a compliment. This is the harvest from before. Take 50 each and we'll split up. All right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked into the distance. Lin Yi and the others had protected him before, and he recognized them as his friends. That's not good. We didn't do anything. You got these ghost face grass by defeating the heroes. Yin Luoxia said embarrassedly. We're teammates. All right. Chapter 1424. Purpose, Xia Wu Sha, because I have some matters to deal with, we have to separate. You guys better leave the ghost domain. Lin Ling reminded. Lin Yi and the others nodded. They were here for the ghost face grass, and now that they had a good harvest, it was time to leave. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. Everyone bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling once again turned into a proud swordsman and moved forward in the ghost domain. His purpose this time was Xia Wu Sha. Your Majesty, your strength has greatly increased. You can refine the heavenly ruthless pearl and increase your vitality. With this pearl, your resistance to baleful aura and ruthless aura will be stronger. Old Z's voice rang out. He was extremely excited. My fiend god Overlord physique doesn't fear the 5 elements, yin and yang, but that's only relative. If I encounter an expert stronger than my immortal physique, they can still affect me. This heavenly ruthless pearl must be refined. Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, now that your majesty has stepped into the saint realm, you can cultivate in the fourth layer of the purple palace realm, the inferno prison, allowing your majesty's comprehension of the fire grand law to reach the grand accomplishment stage. With the help of the tyrant song sword, your majesty's fire grand law will be able to reach the transcendent realm, making your majesty invincible among fourth layer saints. Yes. Lin Ling was naturally looking forward to it. He could use the peak level of the great law because he borrowed the power of the tyrant song sword. It wasn't something he could control himself. Lin Ling refined the heavenly ruthless pearl on the way. This pearl was indeed a rare treasure. After spending a year in the Purple Palace realm to refine it, Lin Ling's vitality soared. His fiend god Overlord physique stabilized at the fourth level. One had to know that the fiend god Overlord physique was harder to cultivate from the fourth level onwards, but it still improved greatly, allowing Lin Ling to reach the power of 9 universes. His cultivation realm had completely stabilized. The most terrifying thing was his soul force. It broke through several levels and reached the 72nd level. Cultivators with weak soul force would die if they met Lin Ling, even if they were in the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling also did not expect that after the Ghost Realm trip, his strength would increase so much. Soon after, in the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm, in the world of Purgatory, the sky was filled with flames. These were all rare flames that had been collected by Great Emperor Zhai Xing in the past. Therefore, the flames in the Purgatory world were all different and colorful. Your Majesty, your current fire attribute comprehension is at the creation stage. Next, you will enter the transformation stage. Only by comprehending the transformation stage will your Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts be able to step into the great completion stage. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Fire was his first martial Dao, and his comprehension in this aspect was the most solid. Your Majesty, there's no need to rush. We have time this time. Your Majesty has the talent and the foundation. It's only a matter of time before you comprehend it. Elder Z didn't think that Lin Ling would have a hard time comprehending it this time. At this moment, there were more teams at the periphery of the Ghost Domain than at Een Mountain because it was safer here. I've been in the Ghost Realm for a while, and I've finally found 3 stalks of ghost face grass. Hee, that's great. Let's take a rest. At the foot of a hill, a team of 5 was resting. These people were from the Great Shenyuan Domain. Then, they started a fire and roasted the dry rations that they had brought. They were also heating up wine. Although they didn't need to eat or drink with their strength, they still kept this habit. Moreover, by starting a fire in the Ghost Domain, they could prevent ghosts from approaching. The only thing they had to be wary of was their team. Good wine, fighting in the Ghost Domain, and then drinking a mouthful of wine while resting, how satisfying is this? Among the 5, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old said, Uncle Li, don't drink too much. Brother Yanchen, you have to look after Uncle Li. I'll pay attention to the surroundings. Another team member laughed. She was a woman. Although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, she was still quite pretty. Okay. Beside the woman was a handsome young man. He smiled and said. He was a second heaven saint and was the second strongest in the team. This caused the woman to admire him and even have a crush on him. Wait, there's something approaching. At this moment, the woman frowned and pulled out a sword from the side of her red robe. The others were also on high alert. Hee, I'm sorry. I smelled the fragrance of wine and came without warning. If I'm disturbing everyone, I'll leave now. However, what surprised everyone was that it wasn't a ghost that walked out of the hill. It was a handsome young man. He wore a black robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had a polite smile on his face, but if one looked closely, there was a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes. Are you alone? The man called Uncle Li frowned and asked. Yes. The black-robed young man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. It's not easy to travel alone in the ghost domain. Come and sit with us. I know that wine lovers love wine. The man called Uncle Lee laughed heartily. The black-robed young man was stunned and said awkwardly, "That's true. Moreover, I just finished my wine. How about this, I'll give you a ghost face grass as a reward." The young man seemed to be easy to talk to. Moreover, he was only a first-layer saint and he was alone, so everyone let down their guard. After the black-robed young man sat down, everyone felt more at ease. The woman in red smiled faintly and said, "You're quite brave. You dare to travel alone. If you meet Gui Sha, you'll definitely die." Hee hee. I'm lucky, so I haven't met him yet. The black-robed young man said insincerely. He just wanted to drink more wine. His attitude made the woman in red unhappy. This is the core of our group, Brother Yanchen. He's a second-layer saint and his heavenly pattern martial art has reached the peak of the minor completion. He once cooperated with others to kill Gui Sha. You should learn more from him. Hearing this, the black-robed young man smiled and continued drinking. He was Lin Ling. His silent attitude made the woman in red feel proud. She thought that the black-robed young man was feeling inferior. Alright, he's here to drink wine. Moreover, he didn't drink our wine for free. Everyone, stop talking. Uncle Lee couldn't stand it anymore. The woman in red looked bored. Hee hee, it's really lively here. After searching for so long, I actually found you guys here. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. A large number of people appeared in the surroundings. The leader of the group was a young man and he walked over with a smile. Xia faction. Uncle Lee and the others' faces changed. Xia faction came from the great domain of Shenyuan, so they naturally knew him. Moreover, they had met him not long ago. They had found a ghost face grass but they had encountered Xia faction. In the end, they had been chased by Gui Sha and escaped. Who would have thought that Xia faction would still come after them? Hong Shou, I know you. Because I'm looking for people everywhere, I'm lacking some beauties to accompany me. I think Miss Hong Shou would be very happy to come with me. The newcomer was Xia faction. At that moment, he was staring at the woman in red with evil intentions. You! The woman in red panicked. She couldn't help but look at the core of the group, Brother Yanchen. However, Brother Yanchen, who had always been calm, was now pale and his body was trembling. Obviously, Yanchen didn't dare to face Xia faction. He had lost the will to fight. Seeing this, the woman in red's face turned pale. She knew what would happen if she was captured. Capture them. Kill the man and leave the woman alive. Xia faction smiled and waved his hand. At that moment, Uncle Lee and the others were facing a great enemy. Could they not escape this calamity? Xiao. Chapter 1425. This one is Lin Ling. Boom. The sound was deafening, and the ground cracked open, causing everyone to fall silent. Xia Pai was subdued in one move. What was going on? Who attacked me? Boom. Xia Pai, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but roar. Just as he was about to get up, a foot slammed down on his head. You're really unlucky. I just came back and you met me. Boom. The power of that foot was extremely terrifying, creating a shockwave that blew everyone's hair up. Then, they heard an indifferent voice drifting out. As the wind blew, the red-robed woman's eyes narrowed. It was him. It was the young man who asked for wine. Uncle Lee also sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Xia Pai was one of the best saints in the saint realm and possessed incredible talent, but this young man who had come to ask for a drink had defeated Xia Pai in a single blow. Was he really some random passerby they thought he was? At this moment, the people brought by Xia Pai also reacted. They stared at the black-robed young man and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Boom! Similarly, although Xia Pai was stomped to the ground again, he was also listening. He also wanted to know who this arrogant guy was. "This one is Lin Ling." Boom! On Xia Pai's body, the black-robed young man still had his foot on him. His right hand put the wine jug into his mouth and his soft voice drifted out, causing Xia Pai and his subordinates' hearts to tremble. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. During this time, they had been looking for Lin Ling and had even almost turned the entire periphery of the ghost domain upside down. However, Lin Ling had disappeared, as if he had disappeared from the entire ghost domain. Just as they were about to give up, this Lin Ling appeared again, and in such a shocking way. Lin Ling? Uncle Li and the others' hearts trembled. Although they didn't know Lin Ling, they had been wandering around the periphery of the ghost domain during this time, so they knew that the Xia family was also looking for a young man named Lin Ling. At that time, they were all surprised. Who was so bold as to provoke the Xia family? Now, they finally saw clearly. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Kill him. On the ground, Xia Pai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a bold Lin Ling. He actually dared to appear in front of him and even trample him to the ground. This was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling, I know you can defeat a second-stage saint, but there are more than 10 of us here. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into the gates of hell. The surrounding experts' faces were also filled with killing intent. They were all second-layer saints, and most importantly, they had the advantage in numbers. Why would they need to fear Lin Ling? If I kill Lin Ling and obtain the key, I will be rewarded by Lord Xia. A terrifying aura erupted as the Saint Ocean bloomed, causing the entire land to tremble. Little friend, be careful. Seeing the majestic spiritual energy erupting, Uncle Li immediately shouted out in worry. Although Lin Ling had only interacted with them for a short time, Lin Ling was an easy person to get along with. He drank with them and even gave them a ghost face grass. He wasn't someone who bullied the weak. Therefore, he was worried about Lin Ling. Brother Yanchen, go help him. What are you doing? The red-robed woman anxiously shouted. She looked at the man she worshipped, only to find him kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. He was actually frightened by the surrounding experts. At this moment, the red-robed woman's heart was shattered. She could only look at the black-robed young man. Go to hell. Clear moon, mysterious water palm. Sky glass wave. More than a dozen people pounced towards Lin Ling. With such a powerful attack, even a 4th-level Saint Ascension Saint would perish here. At this moment, the corners of Xia Pai's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. At this moment, Uncle Li and the others shouted even louder. Smoky heaven and earth. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know the experts were attacking. He continued to drink, and his soft voice floated out. Space distortion. Rumble. All the powerful attacks missed. Those who attacked were stunned. The great law of the void? How could it be? He's reached first-stage saint. Some experts reacted and shouted in surprise. Lin Ling had reached such a level in such a short time. This was too terrifying. Deliberately mystifying, you still have to die. However, the experts were only slightly surprised. One of them had an extremely powerful movement technique. Unexpectedly, he shot out a finger. The great law of the void was so powerful that it split open the void. There's nowhere to hide. All the experts sneered. Crack. As expected, the terrifying finger hit Lin Ling's back. Everyone laughed. Dead, he's definitely dead. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. However, after a while, the black-robed young man stretched out his right hand and poured the wine into his mouth. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was attacking him. What? The crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he was still drinking while fighting so many of them. This was too arrogant. Not good. He has a great law protecting him. It's as if it's blocking my attack. Only 50% of my great law's power can land on him, the powerhouse who had attacked shouted, his expression changing drastically as he maintained his pointing posture. It was too terrifying. A mere first-stage saint was able to resist his great law without fear. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Your great law of the void isn't bad. If you reach the large success stage, you'll definitely be able to injure me. Unfortunately, only 50% of your power can land on me. It's not enough to harm my body. At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently said. His voice was calm, but it seemed to come from the depths of hell. The experts were all stunned. They didn't know why, but a feeling of panic spread in their hearts. At this moment, the feeling that Lin Ling gave them was even more terrifying than Xia Wuxia. Run! Without any hesitation, everyone fiercely shouted. Run? Uncle Li's mouth was wide open. A dozen second-stage saints were facing Lin Ling, yet they were running. What an impressive young man. The red-robed woman sucked in a breath of cold air. She suddenly realized that this was the expert she needed to look up to. Do you think you can escape? Lin Ling continued to pour the wine into his mouth. His right hand pulled out the ancient sword. On the sword, flames began to boil, causing everyone to tremble in fear. That flame was too shocking. Quick, run! After being stunned for a moment, everyone became even more frantic and fled in all directions. Fire of the great law of the void. First, it creates life. Next, it transforms. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. A dazzling sword was slashed out. Rumble. The great law appeared. On Lin Ling's sword, 100 dragons roared. Moreover, all of them were vivid and lifelike. The fire dragon horns were shocking to the eye, carrying with them the great law of the void. A shocking scene of 100 dragons galloping appeared on the ground, majestically crossing the ground. That's the peak of heavenly pattern martial arts. How is this possible? He's only a first-stage saint. The experts who were running all let out terrified voices. In their eyes, a dragon storm was coming. Thousands of fire dragons were about to devour them. Rumble. Chapter 1426. Solicitation. The entire world was silent. The remaining people stared at the black-robed youth as if they were looking at a god of flames, motionless. At this moment, the flames on Lin Ling's sword disappeared. He drank another mouthful of wine and looked at Xia Pai indifferently. Xian Yuan Gu, how is it? His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of majesty. Xia Pai's face was still frozen in place. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. With one sword, 100 dragons had roared and been annihilated. Last time, Lin Ling had clashed with him. Due to his carelessness, he had lost. He thought that if he had the chance to see Lin Ling again, he would let Lin Ling know how strong he was. But now that he had finally met him, he didn't feel that he could defeat Lin Ling. Instead, he felt that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, my father's patience has run out. Today, he will kill Xian Yuan Gu, Xia Pai's heart shook as he roared. Lin Ling was strong, but so what? Did he dare to face his father? Right now, he wanted to tell Lin Ling that Xian Yuan Gu was going to die. He wanted to see Lin Ling's pained expression and Lin Ling's helpless crying. He dares to touch Xian Yuan Gu, However, the scene that Xia Pai imagined didn't happen. Instead, he saw Lin Ling stop drinking. His eyes were even colder, as if the eyes of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor were staring at him. At this moment, a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He didn't dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. Xia Wuxia must die. Those who touch my team must die. The cold and emotionless voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Xia Pai to suddenly have a feeling that his father would really die. At this moment, he didn't know why he didn't believe in his father. However, he eventually calmed down and gritted his teeth. You're only a first-layer saint while my father is a fourth-layer saint. It's impossible for you to kill him. In fact, you don't even dare to look for him. Let me tell you, my father lost a large number of his teammates in the ancient tomb. This time, he's recruiting teams. Swoosh. Just as Xia Pai's voice fell, Lin Ling raised his sword and chopped off Xia Pai's arms and legs. At the same time, his cold voice floated out, then you can watch your father die in front of you with your own eyes. After speaking, Lin Ling waved his left hand. Flames turned into chains and tied around Xia Pai's neck, dragging him forward. In the ghost realm, other than the terrifying ghosts, the only people who could trust each other were teammates. Xian Yuangu was Lin Ling's teammate. In order to help Lin Ling escape, she was trapped. Therefore, how could Lin Ling abandon her? Since Xia Wuxia dared to kill Xian Yuangu, Lin Ling would annihilate Xia Wuxia's entire team. In the ghost realm, the principle of survival was this simple. If the team wasn't annihilated, then they would be annihilated by others. Ah! Xia Pai cried out in pain. His 4 limbs had been chopped off by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to bring him to find his father. Crazy. Cha! Cha! Lin Ling dragged Xia Pai and walked towards the ruins. As for Uncle Li's team, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling really went there. That place was filled with experts. He really dared to go there. Fearless, unshaken even if the sky collapses. This is what a warrior of my generation should be like. The red-robed woman's beautiful eyes stared at the slender back. At this moment, the back gave people the feeling of a proud and aloof swordsman. However, he was also obsessed with saving his teammates. She couldn't help but look at Brother Yanchen, whom she had always worshipped. At this moment, she suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Previously, she had actually compared Lin Ling to Brother Yanchen. She even felt disdain for Lin Ling. Now, she discovered that the two of them couldn't be compared at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't refute her. He really didn't care. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. The red-robed woman said in a low voice. The person she looked down on was actually the one who saved her. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. In addition to admiration, there was also gratitude. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding a wine bottle in one hand and a flaming chain in the other. He was moving forward in the vast land. His eyes were cold. The last time he left, he was carrying a promise to his teammates. Today, he was back. Who is that guy? He looks so arrogant. He actually dares to move alone in the ghost domain. Moreover, there is someone tied up behind him. No, that's Xia Pai. What nonsense are you talking about? In the periphery of the ghost domain, the Xia family has the largest team. Who dares to catch Xia Pai? Wait, that guy is indeed Xia Pai. Along the way, they naturally encountered groups of 2s and 3s. Those people all sucked in a breath of cold air. That black-robed young man was so arrogant. However, he was doomed because he had touched Master Xia's reverse scale. As for Xia Pai, his eyes were red because he was now like a stray dog. Lin Ling actually treated him like a dog and dragged him to the ruins. At this moment, there were scattered groups gathered in the ancient ruins. These groups were very famous in the periphery of the ghost domain. Every leader was extremely powerful. At this moment, their gazes fell on a tall and sturdy man in the ruins. Xia Wuxia, the top expert of the great Xianyuan region. It was said that his backer was the 5 heavenly kings. He was a king under King Xia and King Lu Yang. The reason they gathered here was very simple. Not long ago, they heard Xia Wuxia's summons. He said that he was preparing to enter the Yin Mountain. Therefore, they gathered more groups and formed a large group. Although these groups were independent and didn't like to be controlled by others, Xia Wuxia's strength was too strong. He had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. Therefore, they couldn't oppose him. If they did, their group would be annihilated. Therefore, they braced themselves and came. Of course, if Xia Wuxia wanted to unify them, other than using powerful force, he would also use generous rewards. I heard that Master Xia found the ancient tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor. He is only missing a key. I also heard that the key is currently with a young man named Lin Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of people in the periphery of the ghost domain have been looking for Lin Ling. In that case, it's true. Then, let's join and help Xia Wuxia kill Lin Ling. We can also obtain the treasures of the ancient tomb. Many groups were moved. They entered the ghost domain for the treasures. Therefore, joining Xia Wuxia's group was nothing. Most importantly, Xia Wuxia was so strong. Who could be his match? A total of 36 people, 5 groups. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone looked over. In the ruins, a tall man sat on an ancient stone and said indifferently. With just a glance, many people's hearts turned heavy as if they were under great pressure. As expected of Xia Wuxia. If we join them, it's very likely that we can enter the Yin Mountain and compete with those heroes. At the same time, many people were in awe of Xia Wuxia. They also heard that a large number of teams had appeared in Yin Mountain. However, only powerful and proud teams could go there. But now, with Xia Wuxia as the captain, they could also go there. Master Xia, we are willing to join. Someone said with a smile. Good. Chapter 1427. One person, at present, I have indeed found the ancient king tomb, and I have also obtained a key. I am still missing one. You must bring the remaining key back. Xia Wuxia said again. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a petite girl was brought out. Her entire body was bound by ghost chains, and her pretty face was somewhat pale. She is the key you found? Many people were moved. Although the woman was not very beautiful, at this moment, she was bound by the ghost chains. Her weak appearance was extremely attractive. However, the woman's eyes revealed a strong light. She was clearly not a weak person. Xian Yuan Gu, my patience has run out. If you join my team, you can still live. Xia Wuxia said as he indifferently stared at the girl. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think it's possible? The one who was bound was Xian Yuan Gu, She raised her pale face and smiled. You are so foolish. Even now, you still believe that he will come back? Let me tell you, I have already searched the periphery of the ghost domain, but I still can't find him. This means that he has already given up on you. You are so pitiful. Xia Wuxia laughed contemptuously. He was mocking Xian Yuan Gu's ignorance. Xian Yuan Gu's pretty face also dimmed. She recalled the words that the youth had said before he left. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth cracks, I will return. I will return. This was the promise of a team. However, a promise was ultimately a dream. Reality was ultimately cruel. How could that indifferent youth come back? If he came back to face Xia Wuxia, only death would await him. If it was her, she wouldn't come back either. The surrounding people also knew that Xian Yuan Gu had a team. Unfortunately, she was abandoned by her teammates. They all sneered. This girl was so foolish. She was clearly abandoned, yet she still refused to lower her head. She missed the opportunity that Lord Xia gave her. Do you regret it? Xia Wuxia said indifferently. Xian Yuan Gu clenched her teeth, but she still shook her head. There is nothing to regret. In one's life, to be able to let go of the shackles in one's heart and trust someone for once is a wonderful feeling. Therefore, dying is nothing. How silly. The surrounding people sneered even more. Her teammates had abandoned her, but she didn't regret it or resent them. Instead, she still believed in the team and wasn't afraid of death. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Hee, since that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Now, you have to hand over the key, and you can die. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Wuxia's face. He knew that Xian Yuangu was only comforting himself. Xian Yuangu must be feeling very uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was being cut by a knife. Being abandoned was like being betrayed. At this moment, Xian Yuangu's petite body was indeed trembling. Her pretty face was pale, but in the end, she revealed a sad but beautiful smile. At this point, death was unavoidable. However, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was she wrong again? Is there no one in this world who can believe it? Could it be that she had trusted the wrong person again? Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the distance. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What was going on? Xiao Wuxia's tall and sturdy body also stood up. He frowned and angrily shouted, "What happened?" "My lord, it's not good. Someone is coming." In the distance, a man covered in blood anxiously ran over, causing many people's expressions to change. Someone dared to come here? Is this a dream? How bold. Which team is this person from? How many people are there? I want to see which team is so bold. Xiao Wuxia sneered. This person is simply courting death. This is Lord Xiao's territory. One team is definitely not enough to be so arrogant. Perhaps it's an alliance of 5 teams. Someone flattered and laughed, saying how powerful Xiao Wuxia was. Of course, everyone had the same guess. Only a few teams dared to be so arrogant in Xiao Wuxia's territory. Lord Xia, there's only one person. Yes. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the man covered in blood spoke with a pale face. Silence. As soon as his words fell, the entire ruins became silent. A single person dared to come here? Is this person here to die? Or is he looking down on Lord Xia? Xiao Wuxia's ice-cold face suddenly turned ferocious as if he'd been slapped. He said coldly, "Men, bring me that person's head. I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant." I'll go. I'll go too. Many teams in the surroundings volunteered. This was the time to perform meritorious deeds. If Xiao Wuxia was satisfied and happy, they might be rewarded with even more treasures after entering the regal Ghost Emperor's tomb. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were silent. Clearly, they didn't want to join Xiao Wuxia. However, due to Xiao Wuxia's tyrannical power, they were helpless. Go. Bring me his head after 1 incense stick of time. Xiao Wuxia indifferently waved his hand. The 2 teams moved. The strongest was a 3rd heaven saint. It was enough. Okay. The dozen people excitedly rushed out of the ruins. Soon after, a rumbling sound came from the distance. In just half an incense stick of time, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded in the ruins. There's no need for you to bring me the head. I'll bring it myself. His voice drifted out, causing everyone in the ruins to widen their eyes. Then, they saw a large number of human heads flying over from afar, landing on the ground. It was extremely dazzling. It was actually the dozen or so people from before. Seeing this, everyone's hearts exploded like thunder. This person was so arrogant. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Xiao Wuxia's face became even colder. This person was violating his dignity and making him lose face. Lord Xia, you've been looking for me for so long. I've come as I wish. Am I not welcome? The voice came from the front again, causing Xia Wuxia to frown. Who was this person? Could it be King Xia Liuyang's people? One had to know that he had also been looking for King Xia Liuyang's people, wanting them to give him some experts to help him. Then who are you? Xia Wuxia asked again. I'm Lin Ling. Finally, a hoarse voice drifted over, causing Xia Wuxia's body to tremble. Previously, he hadn't thought about Lin Ling at all, because in his understanding, it was impossible for Lin Ling to deliver himself to his doorstep. But now, the truth had appeared. Who is Lin Ling? He's so arrogant. He seems to be that woman's teammate. Impossible, he really came back. The crowd was shocked. They had just mocked Xian Yuangu, but now, Xian Yuangu's teammate had returned. At this moment, Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared straight ahead. He came back. How could Lin Ling dare to come back? Shouldn't he have left the ghost realm? If he came back, he would be courting death. Thoughts rose in her heart, causing tears to flow out of her clear eyes. She couldn't believe everything before her eyes. Everyone was the same as they stared straight ahead. At this moment, a black-robed young man slowly appeared on the ground in front of them. He had an ancient sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had a hint of unswerving determination and sharpness. His left hand held a wine jug as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. His right hand held a chain, and behind the chain was a man who looked like a stray dog. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. At this moment, the ruins became even more deathly silent. Chapter 14:28. He's really back. He's really back. Xian Yuangu stared at the handsome young man. She was finally sure of everything. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth shatters, I will definitely return. The voice that the young man left behind in the ancient tomb echoed in her heart again. I will definitely return. This was the promise of the team. A promise was a dream. She thought that reality was cruel and that this kind of thing would never happen. However, the young man in front of her told her that her dream would come true one day. She, Xian Yuangu, had not been abandoned. Her teammates had come to save her. Idiot. Xian Yuangu scolded, but more tears fell from her eyes. It's really Lin Ling. Many people stared at the black-robed young man and sucked in cold air. Xia Wuxia's pupils constricted. He also found it hard to believe. However, when his gaze fell on the Xia faction behind Lin Ling, his eyes became crazy. What did you do to my Xia faction? Lin Ling was so arrogant and domineering. He held a wine jug in one hand and his son in the other. This was simply a slap to his face. It's just a dog, so I brought it back. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. At the same time, he drank another mouthful of wine. His fearless appearance made many people admire him. Although they were enemies, they had to admit Lin Ling's courage. You're courting death. You actually captured young Master Xia. Someone shouted angrily. Without waiting for Xia Wuxia to speak, he pounced over. You dare to come alone? Let's see how many lives you have. Empty sword. Lin Ling's right hand let go of the flaming chain and pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back. He didn't even look at the opponent and slashed out. Vigorous energy combined with the power of space, unbridled slashing out. Kacha. The slash was like a bolt from the blue. A sword mark appeared on the expert's neck and he fell to the ground, dead. Lin Ling was still drinking wine and slowly walking forward as if the previous slash had nothing to do with him. First layer Saint Realm. The crowd was surprised. They could sense Lin Ling's cultivation realm. Xia Wuxia's eyes narrowed. How long had it been? Lin Ling had actually broken through. Could it be that Lin Ling hadn't run away all this time and had instead been bitterly cultivating and finally stepped into the Saint realm? As expected of a great calamity. After being left alone, he had completely grown up. First layer Saint realm? Is this your confidence? Although Lin Ling's strength had increased, Xia Wuxia didn't fear him at all because he was at the 4th level of the Saint Ascension realm. The others were the same. They had a large number of 2nd and 3rd level saints here, so how could Lin Ling act arrogantly? Lin Ling ignored Xia Wuxia's voice and said indifferently. Father, save me. Sure, but you may not be able to leave this place after the change. Xia Wuxia also nodded. It was good that Lin Ling had come. It would save him the trouble of searching everywhere and he would be able to obtain the 2 keys. How foolish. Does he think he can leave after saving that woman? Many people coldly snorted, feeling that Lin Ling was too impulsive. Lin Ling, why did you come back? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xian Yuangu cried out with moist eyes. She was very touched that Lin Ling had come back, but he had only come back because they had been wiped out. There's nothing I can do about it. My teammate is too trash. As the team leader, I have to take care of her. Lin Ling's mouth twitched as his disdainful voice drifted out, causing Xian Yuangu's heart to fiercely tremble. Her beautiful eyes became even more moist. Those words were filled with disdain, but in reality, they were filled with deep concern and a firm promise. Okay, I'll let her go. At this moment, Xia Wuxia coldly shouted and released Xian Yuangu. Xian Yuangu hurriedly ran towards Lin Ling. You let her go. Then, I'll give you the goods. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and pulled out the flaming shackles, causing Xia Pai's body to appear in front of him. Then, he kicked out. Goods. Xia Pai was actually goods, not a person. Hearing those words and seeing Lin Ling's insolent kick, everyone was furious. Death was at hand, yet this young man still dared to be arrogant. You can protect yourself, right? Lin Ling ignored everyone's anger. After Xian Yuangu ran over, he looked at Xian Yuangu and said indifferently. Sure, but how are we going to escape now? Xian Yuangu's beautiful face became solemn. Although she had escaped, there was still a bigger problem waiting for her. Escape? You should take a rest first. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Xia Wuxia. At this moment, Xia Wuxia's face was extremely malevolent. However, when he saw Lin Ling's gaze, he couldn't help but laugh. You're still not leaving? The crowd was also extremely puzzled. Lin Ling had obtained a teammate, yet he didn't think of a way to escape. Was he stupid? Xia Wuxia, your team has increased by a lot. There are now more than 40 people. Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't hear Xia Wuxia's words. Xia Wuxia frowned. He was even more puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently, then, none of these 40 people can escape. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Not only did Lin Ling not plan to escape, but he also treated them as prey. He didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. Arrogant, how arrogant. Everyone's expression became unsightly. One had to know that there were countless experts here, not to mention Lord Xia Wuxia. Yet, Lin Ling dared to wipe them out? Even Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She found it hard to believe. After all, last time, Lin Ling had encountered Xia Wuxia and could only retreat. How long had it been since then? Now, he wanted to wipe out Xia Wuxia's entire team? This was completely impossible. Later, if there are second-layer saints who want to escape, you are responsible for killing them. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling said to Xian Yuangu, as if he didn't know everyone's astonishment. Xian Yuangu subconsciously nodded. She felt that Lin Ling was crazy, but soon she smiled. Since they were a team, then she would accompany Lin Ling in his madness. You can't see yourself clearly. Lord Xia, our team will kill him. Those teams couldn't help but kill Lin Ling, this arrogant youth. They shouted malevolently, just a first-layer saint, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't know that we are a team alliance. We are going to enter the world of heroes in Yin Mountain. You dare to stop us? Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling nodded coldly. He slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and strode forward. His sword was earth-shattering. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold gaze swept across the crowd. The teams that had wanted to fight felt their hearts tremble at this moment. After meeting Lin Ling's eyes, they felt a sense of fear. It was as if they had seen the ancient god Empyrean, the combination of the infernal god and the killing god. Although this feeling was illusory, it was so real. Wait, we were only ordered to come. Currently, we are not Lord Xia's team. Moreover, our two teams will not participate in today's matter. Yes. Some teams anxiously shouted and completely retreated. However, there were even more teams that sneered. Those teams that retreated would definitely regret it later. Because once Lin Ling died, Lord Xia would kill them. He's just a first-layer saint. Kill. Chapter 1429. 100 Dragons roared, shameless boasting. I'll kill you and show you what a true saint is. A young man wanted to shock the world with a single feat. He took the lead, his cultivation erupting as a saint ocean descended. His cultivation was at the second layer of the saint realm. You dare to be the first to fight with such a cultivation? Humph. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Heaven-smelling earth appeared, distorting space. Xian Yuan Gu clenched her fists tightly, but she was also looking forward to it. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to the opponent. So now, she wanted to see her teammate blossom with pride. Space rippled and distorted like a reflection in water. The young man who attacked first frowned as he sensed a change in the world. He turned his head anxiously and his expression changed drastically. He didn't know when Lin Ling had appeared behind him. Lin Ling's figure was like a ghost. His sword was filled with killing intent as it ruthlessly slashed down. Retreat. That person anxiously shouted. He was afraid, terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the great law of space. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. First one. A voice like the netherworld drifted out. The sword slashed out, the force of the 9 universes exploding. With a bang, that person was ruthlessly slashed apart, blood raining down like rain. This. Many people narrowed their eyes. Killing a cultivator within a breath's time. That was way too fast, wasn't it? You killed my teammate. A roar came from the distance as 6 people rushed over. One of them had reached the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. With a raise of his hand, flames filled the sky. He actually had a fire-attributed immortal physique, and was at the 5th grade of the Yellow Realm. You killed Lida. He wanted to go to Yin Mountain with us, you're dead for sure. The other 5 also exploded with killing intent. They were a team, how could they not kill Lin Ling? Heaven-smelling earth. Empty sword. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. So what if they had more people? He'd encountered even more people on Yin Mountain, and they were even stronger. Spatial fluctuations appeared once again. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a god of space, weaving in front of everyone. His sword carried a dazzling light, as if it was the sword of a death god, ruthlessly slashing out. What a fast movement technique. Many people stared fixedly at that scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't see through Lin Ling's great rules at all, and in the next moment, a dazzling sword flashed past their eyes. Another person had fallen, directly slashed apart. What is that sword? There are clearly no great rules, but why is it so powerful? Even more people trembled with fear. They'd never seen such a terrifying sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling's sword strike had reached the terrifying power of the 9 universes? You killed another one of my men. The remaining members of the team roared. How could this be? Their team had attacked, but one of them had still been killed by Lin Ling. You want to go to Yin Mountain? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified to go with your current strength because I've just returned from Yin Mountain. A cold voice drifted in the space, but it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Previously, they'd formed an alliance to go to Yin Mountain to take a look at the world of heroes, but who knew that the young man in front of them had already gone there and returned alive? Go to hell. Another sword slashed out, and another expert of the team fell there. They were helpless against Lin Ling's distorted space. They could only watch as Lin Ling destroyed their team step by step. How did his strength increase so much? Xia Wuxia stared at the scene in front of him with an ugly expression. Lin Ling had returned this time. He thought that Lin Ling had come to die, but in the end, a team was destroyed by Lin Ling just like that. This was simply a world of difference from the previous Lin Ling. The 6th one. In a few breaths of time, that team had all fallen. Only Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out of the ruins. So powerful. Xian Yuan Gu's heart pounded violently, but she also felt a deep sense of happiness. It was as if she had found a peaceful harbor in the middle of a storm that would forever protect her. Kill. Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him, I'll let them choose any treasure they want from the ancient tomb. Xia Wuxia's eyes also turned red. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could block all the Saint Realm Masters. Could Lin Ling block all the Saint Realm Masters? Kill. All the teams moved out, their killing intent soaring. Lin Ling had to die. Seeing more than 30 people rushing over, Lin Ling took a step back and drifted away. This action caused many people's spirits to rise. Lin Ling was definitely afraid. This was normal. A trivial first-layer saint could kill a third-layer saint, which was already very powerful, but how could he block a large number of Saint Realm Masters? Try my martial arts, Great Mountain Crushing Suppression. This is a martial art at the Grand Accomplishment stage. Let's all use the principles at the Grand Accomplishment stage to suppress him. He's dead for sure. One by one, the masters released their terrifying strength, causing the ruins to shatter. The 2 teams that didn't participate in the battle looked at this scene with pale faces. So crazy. This could be considered a team alliance. Then, they looked at the black-robed young man and found that he was retreating further and further. Finally, he seemed to feel that he couldn't escape and stopped. Was he going to give up? The 2 teams frowned, but in the next moment, they saw the black-robed young man raise the sword in his hand. His indifferent voice drifted out, I also have a Grand Accomplishment stage heavenly pattern martial art. Dazzling flames spread out at this moment, causing the hearts of the 2 teams to explode. Lin Ling was only a first-layer saint, but he had comprehended the Grand Accomplishment stage of fire principles. This talent was terrifying. How could they know that Lin Ling had rushed all the way here, cultivating in the 4th layer of Purple Palace Purgatory and finally comprehending the Grand Accomplishment stage of fire principles? And this was under the premise that he hadn't used the tyrannical Song Sword. Just relying on this won't be enough to block the attacks of the other teams. One of them was shocked, but he still shook his head and said, full of confidence. My Sword Emperor stage has 1,000,000 fire runes, so my martial arts can be raised to the pinnacle stage. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. The Grand Accomplishment stage of the Grand Accomplishment stage? Fire. Incomparably terrifying fire, and at this moment, it started to condense and take form, causing a large number of dragons to appear in the sky. They had red dragon horns, burning scales, and roaring dragon mouths. It was a shocking sight. The roar of 100 dragons. The world over there became a world of dragons. Moreover, it was the world of the craziest and most tyrannical fire dragons. It formed an extreme fire dragon law, and under this law, everything would be turned into nothingness. This was the tyrannical power of fire. Heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle stage. He's only a first-layer saint. The expressions of the powerhouses who were pouncing towards Lin Ling changed drastically at this moment. They stopped in their tracks. It was only now that they realized that Lin Ling wasn't trying to escape. Instead, he was preparing an even more terrifying law. He wanted to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Roar of 100 dragons. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. The sword in his hand was like the sword of an emperor as he pointed it forward. Rumble. Chapter 1430. Is this all you've got? Retreat. Those teams shouted in panic. It was as if their hearts were being burned by flames. They were terrified and regretful. When Lin Ling had counted their numbers, they should have fled and surrendered. However, they had trusted Xia Wuxia, which had led to their current situation. Rumble. The fire dragon burned and the earth shook. It was as if a volcano had erupted on the ground. Any living thing under the Great Law would be turned to ashes. After the Great Law of Fire passed, only 3 people out of 30 managed to escape. Moreover, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Flames were still burning on their bodies and they were crying out in pain. They thought that if they didn't join Xia Wuxia's team, they would be wiped out. However, after joining, they were wiped out even faster. The ruins were deathly silent. The 2 teams that hadn't planned on interfering were now pale. They stood there in a daze. They seemed to have made the right choice. How did he become so strong? He's only at the first layer of the Saint Realm, but he has the great law of a peak realm. Xian Yuan Gu stared at Lin Ling in a daze. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even the 3 Xian geniuses of the mortal world couldn't compare to this guy. How did your strength increase so much? The most shocked person was none other than Xia Wuxia. He was the one who was shocked. He came from the great Xianyuan region and naturally knew how powerful those geniuses were. He even knew the recommendation list. However, compared to Lin Ling, the recommendation list was like trash. A true monster was in front of him. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Not long ago, in the regal Ghost Emperor's tomb, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. However, now he was giving him great pressure. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. Lin Ling couldn't live. Once he was alive, he would take revenge. A first layer of the Saint Realm can kill a third layer of the Saint Realm. You are the strongest person I've ever seen. However, you will be facing a 4th layer of the Saint Realm. Do you still have confidence? Sigh. Xia Wuxia took a deep breath. There was no one left. His team had been wiped out, so it was his turn to attack. He had to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he stood up. His tall body exuded an aura of supremacy. You don't have much of a chance. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was covered in flames. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. His black robe formed a sharp contrast with the red flames, telling Xia Wuxia that he had provoked the wrong person. His bitter cultivation at the Yin Mountain allowed Lin Ling to be qualified to face an ambitious character like Xia Wuxia. Lin Ling was not afraid. I don't have much of a chance. The corner of Xia Wuxia's mouth curled up as he laughed. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens. This was the power of the Saint Ocean, and it had reached the 4th layer. It was as if it could suppress the world. Your strength comes from heavenly rune martial arts, but don't forget, in this world, immortal physique is everything. A pitch-black shadow appeared behind Xia Wuxia. It looked like a demon king. It had bull horns, but its eyes were red. The people of the 2 teams in the distance gasped. What level of immortal physique was that? They couldn't see through it at all. They could only see a tall shadow with bull horns and blood-red eyes. It was just too shocking. My innate talent is the 10th grade golden tier ox puppet body. A low shout floated out of Xia Wuxia's mouth. His immortal physique rolled out majestically, making it difficult for people to breathe. Staring at the terrifying ox puppet body, the people of the two teams suddenly thought of the demon region's ox demon king. Could it be that kind of innate talent? It was said that the ox demon king was the king of 100 demons and could summon millions of demon gods. Under the ripples of his demonic aura, any creature would have to kneel down. Moreover, they had vaguely heard that the 72 demon gods of Shanping province were actually the followers of the demon region's ox demon king. Devilish voice. Xia Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a demon ox as he roared towards the sky. His voice shook the ghost region like the cry of an ox. Roar. Under the sound, the earth seemed to split open, and the demonic aura in the sky turned into a vortex. The people of the two teams coughed out blood, and their eardrums instantly stopped working. They quickly sat down cross-legged to resist the terrifying power. They sensed that the Saint Ocean in their dantian was shattering. That ox roar was terrifying. Lin Ling, be careful. Xian Yuan Gu worriedly shouted. It was too strong, and Lin Ling didn't know if he could resist it. She also quickly sat down cross-legged, and the singing voice floated around her body. Only then did she resist the pressure of the immortal physique. 10th grade Yellow Realm. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a strange expression. This was the first time he had encountered a 10th grade yellow-ranked immortal physique. Moreover, he could sense that his fiend god Overlord physique's resistance against the deafening bull's roar had become stronger. Moreover, the devilish sound had also entered his body. It was as if there were millions of rampaging bulls, wreaking havoc in his body. But soon, a strange army was born in his body, and when it encountered the devilish voice, it actually devoured it. Originally, Lin Ling and Xia Wuxia's innate talents were the same, and Xia Wuxia's attacks didn't have a strong effect on Lin Ling. Xia Wuxia's only advantage was his realm, while Lin Ling's advantages were his heavenly weapon, martial arts, and soul force. But now, Lin Ling sensed that strange army in his body, and he immediately became immune to the pressure of the opponent's immortal physique. It's the heavenly ruthless bead. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. After Lin Ling absorbed the heavenly ruthless bead, Lin Ling's god devil overlord physique became even more powerful, and he was immune to the ruthless aura. This also meant that Xia Wuxia's unparalleled immortal physique was a combination of baleful aura and ruthless aura. However, after encountering Lin Ling, this advantage was like trash. This made Lin Ling realize that it was as easy as flipping his hand to kill Xia Wuxia. However, he didn't plan on using his soul force. He wanted to let Xia Wuxia know that he didn't dare to touch his people. He, Lin Ling, was going to crush Xia Wuxia. Lin Ling, kneel down. At this moment, Xia Wuxia didn't know about Lin Ling's transformation and shouted tyrannically. Pa! However, after he spoke, Lin Ling raised his eyes and coldly smiled. He slowly walked forward. The surrounding baleful aura didn't affect Lin Ling at all. At the same time, a disdainful voice drifted over. Xia Wuxia, is that all you have? Crushing, complete crushing. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid of Xia Wuxia's attack, but he even asked if Xia Wuxia only had that much strength. What? Xia Wuxia's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with anger. Could it be that his evaluation of Lin Ling was wrong? Lin Ling's talent was the same as his? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Even if Lin Ling's talent was the same as his cultivation realm was higher. He should be able to affect Lin Ling. Ruthless bull. Pa! Xia Wuxia's body floated up and he ruthlessly punched out with his fists like a tornado. A storm appeared. The ruthless aura turned into a large number of raging bulls and swept towards Lin Ling. If it was before, Lin Ling would have needed other methods to deal with it. However, after refining the heavenly ruthless bead, he didn't need any other methods. His absolute defense and immunity allowed him to easily deal with it. Pop! Pop! The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stepped forward and slashed out again. Only this much strength. You really disappoint me. Boom. Rumble. Chapter 1431. Team Annihilation. You die. Xia Wuxia's pupils constricted. Nothing happened again. Lin Ling had once again suppressed him. Impossible. Sun Moon Demonic Ox / Die. Xia Wuxia unleashed an even stronger attack. His talent was combined with the Sun Moon Wheel in his hand. His celestial weapon wasn't weak, it was at the king level. Rumble. A great law demonic ox with a sun and moon mark on its forehead stomped on the ground and swept out. This ox was as huge as an ancient mountain. No. Die. The three people who were still alive were trampled into meat paste by the demonic ox. How tyrannical was this great law? It was simply a demonic ox that could kill gods. As for the two teams watching the battle, they retreated one after another. King Xia, the number one king under the 6 suns, was indeed terrifying. Wildness, baleful aura, and evil aura. 3 great laws appeared on the Sun Moon demonic ox and mightily pounced over. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, but he still didn't retreat. He heavily gripped his sword with both hands, attempting to block the Sun Moon demonic ox with the tyrannical song. This was because he could sense that this demonic ox had borrowed the power of the celestial weapon to increase its great law. It was indeed very powerful, but under Lin Ling's tyrannical song, was a king-level expert qualified to be arrogant? Crazy. He still won't retreat. Die. The eyes of the two teams widened. A first-level saint fighting a fourth-level saint. According to the norm, it should be a first-level saint fighting to the death while a fourth-level saint would crush the opponent step by step. However, the result was the opposite. Rumble. The sword collided with the Sun Moon demonic ox, creating a deafening sound that spread thousands of miles away. Many teams outside the ghost domain gasped. Rumble. The collision continued. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Spiritual chi turned into a storm at this moment. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's figure finally began to retreat. This made many people think that Lin Ling couldn't block it. You want to crush me, Xia Wuxia? You're not qualified. Die. Xia Wuxia floated in the sky. At this moment, he was indescribably domineering and arrogant, as if a king had descended. I said, you don't have a chance. However, just as he finished speaking, the image of an ancient god emperor appeared in the storm ahead. Its feet were on the ground and its head was in the sky. Aside from its legs and fists, its eyes also seemed to become clear. Its gaze swept past Xia Wuxia as if it was looking down on the world. Boom! The moment the ancient god's sovereign appeared, the Sun Moon demonic ox was ruthlessly slashed away. Its huge body flew thousands of miles away, crushing countless ghosts along the way. This. Xia Wuxia's expression froze. Was Lin Ling invincible? Otherwise, how could it block his attack again? Father. Xia Pai's face was also pale. Previously, he had wanted to see Lin Ling die, but the result was so shocking. Chi. Amidst the dust, Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard. His slender figure slowly walked out. Xia Wuxia, an ambitious and ruthless character. How domineering. But now, do you regret it? Regret. Lin Ling's voice seemed to echo throughout the entire ghost domain sky. Lin Ling was asking Xia Wuxia if he regretted it. Xia Wuxia's expression was sinister. Regret? How could he not regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have killed Lin Ling back then. Even if he had to give up the King Ghost Emperor's tomb, he would have killed Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a monster that surpassed peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. He didn't succeed in killing Lin Ling back then. Now that Lin Ling had grown up, he would ruthlessly crush him today. Such a drastic contrast, how dreamy. I admit that I regret it, but just you wait. After I leave today, the next time we meet, you will definitely die. Xia Wuxia clearly wanted to escape, which made Xian Yuangu feel disbelief. Last time, when Xia Wuxia attacked, Lin Ling retreated. Today, when Lin Ling attacked, Xia Wuxia fled. The situation had changed 180 degrees. Run! Run! In the distance, the people of the two teams were also stunned. Xia Wuxia wanted to escape. This was too dreamy. Do you think that you can kill me together with King Xia Luyang? Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he didn't know what fear was. With his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm, he was going to crush Xia Wuxia, who was at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. You know King Xia Luyang? Xia Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was talking about his plan. Not only do I know him, I have even seen him. Not long ago, when the heroes of the Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy, I killed his people. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it made Xia Wuxia's heart tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling had become so strong because he had gone to the Yin Mountain and faced a large number of experts. This Lin Ling was truly unfathomable. No matter what, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Xia Wuxia was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to leave at this moment. Then let's see if I can stop you. Stop. Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He held the Tyrant Song's sword in his right hand. An indescribable aura bloomed from the sword. It was like a flame, like the Fire Dragon King. Xia Wuxia stared at Lin Ling's sword. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was actually afraid and felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling stood there like an ancient sword, but the sword could be unsheathed at any time. Run! Run! Without any hesitation, Xia Wuxia didn't even care about his son and crazily fled. His appearance made the people in the distance gulp. This was Lord Xia, the ruler of the outer region of the Ghost Realm. Fury of the Fire Dragon, one ray of heaven. Boom! At this moment, a hoarse voice came. The most dazzling sword bloomed. Many people saw that it was the Fire Dragon King, the king of all fire dragons. It turned into a line of fire that was difficult to see with the naked eye and ruthlessly slashed down as if it could cut the world. No one could stop this sword. Heavenly Rune Martial Art, Transcendent Realm. At this moment, Xia Wuxia had just taken a step forward when he sensed the terrifying sword slashing down. His face was pale and bloodless because that sword had reached the most terrifying realm of heavenly pattern martial arts. He had only seen this realm appear on Xia Wang Luyang. However, such a terrifying sword had appeared on a junior. How could he know that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were actually at the greater mastery realm? It was just that he had relied on the Tyrant Song's sword to raise its power by 2 realms and reach the transcendent realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song's sword had absorbed a large amount of Xia Wuxia's attacks, which was why it could raise its power by 2 realms. Xia Wang Luyang, save me. Save. Xia Wuxia's voice was the only sound in the sky of the outer region of the Ghost Realm. The panic in his voice was heard by all the teams. They seemed to have guessed that Xia Wuxia's doomsday had arrived. Who was this expert? How domineering was he to dare to kill Xia Wuxia? All the teams in the outer region of the Ghost Realm were extremely curious. Gotcha! A sword mark appeared on Xia Wuxia's neck. If one looked carefully, the sword mark was burning with flames. Moreover, the ox demon behind him was also beheaded. It was invincible. Whoosh! The most terrifying thing was that the line of fire didn't stop. After passing by Xia Wuxia, it slashed towards the sky and actually cut the ghost chi in the sky apart. This sword was so terrifying. Boom! At the same time, flames erupted from Xia Wuxia's body and burned him to ashes. Before he died, he felt even more regret. He shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain. He was even more panicked. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a junior, and this was an outcome that no one could have imagined. Chapter 1432. Leave in the distance, the two teams were stunned. They naturally didn't expect this result. Even when Lin Ling appeared, they didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to wipe them out. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xia Wuxia kept attacking with great power, but Lin Ling still crushed Xia Wuxia's pride. However, when Lin Ling attacked, he only needed one sword strike. This made them feel that no matter how arrogant you were, no matter how powerful your attack was, it would only take one breath to kill you. What a powerful young man. Those teams muttered to themselves. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying person. Xia Pai, your father is dead. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's heart. He slowly withdrew his sword and looked at Xia Pai indifferently. Dead, they're all dead. Kill. No one was more shocked than Xia Pai. He was still thinking that Lin Ling didn't kill him. That was the biggest mistake in his life because he could watch Lin Ling get obliterated by his father. However, he now knew why Lin Ling didn't kill him. It was because Lin Ling killed Xia Wuxia in front of him and destroyed his dependents. Die. Kill. Lin Ling shook his head and waved his left hand. A wisp of flame rippled out and burned Xia Pai. Then, ignoring Xia Pai's painful cry, Lin Ling walked towards Xian Yuangu. You really won. Kill. Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said excitedly, I wanted to go to hell with you, but you destroyed their team. Kill. If I don't destroy them, should I wait for them to destroy me? Kill. Lin Ling smiled, revealing a proud expression. He imitated Xian Yuangu's tone, causing Xian Yuangu to roll her eyes. However, she was still shocked. Lin Ling had killed Xia Wuxia, not in a battle to the death, but in a one-sided battle. Where had this guy been all this time? How did his strength increase so much? Xian Yuangu lamented. She had traveled through the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm and met all kinds of powerful peerless geniuses. However, she realized that compared to Lin Ling, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. What was a genius? A genius was here. No matter what, after our hard work, we finally destroyed their group. After shaking her head, Xian Yuangu stepped forward and wiped Lin Ling's sweat with a handkerchief. She also noticed that Lin Ling looked a little tired after the battle. Lin Ling was startled for a moment, but he did not stop Xian Yuangu. He said disdainfully, it seems like I was the one fighting the whole time. How is it our hard work? Now that I'm wiping your sweat, isn't that helping? You really like to haggle over every little thing. Xian Yuangu curled her lips and said. Lin Ling was speechless. He fought Xia Wuxia, and Xian Yuangu wiped his sweat. Was this considered fighting side by side? Sure enough, women were unreasonable. Then, Lin Ling looked at the two teams with a cold gaze. We are not Xia Wuxia's people. The two teams trembled and quickly waved their hands. They did not dare to provoke Lin Ling, then you can leave. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. The two teams immediately showed a grateful expression. After respectfully saluting, they quickly left. Lin Ling ignored them and left with Xian Yuangu. On the way, he roughly told them what happened after they left the ancient tomb. Although he said it simply, Xian Yuangu knew that the process was definitely not easy. She felt grateful. Lin Ling was just a chance acquaintance, but for the sake of the team, he risked his own safety to save her. This man was really good. Thank you. Stepping on the ground, Xian Yuangu said softly. Lin Ling was startled, you spoke so softly. What did you say before? What I want to say is, don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. I will definitely take revenge for the enmity you gave me when we first met. Just you wait, after leaving the ghost realm, you are dead. Xian Yuangu coldly snorted and strode forward. Lin Ling stood on the spot and laughed. What a proud female devil. The two continued to move forward. The goal of this trip was very simple. It was the ancient tomb of the Ghost Emperor King. There were many treasures in the ancient tomb that they could collect now. On the way, Lin Ling released Xiao Yun. This little ghost girl and Xian Yuangu were like old friends at first sight. After talking for a while, they started to call each other sisters. That familiarity made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. The journey this time was different from the last time, so the two were not in a hurry. Lin Ling occasionally lit a fire, heated up wine and barbecued meat. Xian Yuangu would chat with Xiao Yun and occasionally help. However, Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling with a different kind of passion. She was getting closer to Xiao Yun, so she knew that Lin Ling's goal was a girl. This stinky man looks cold on the outside, but his heart is very kind. I wonder what that girl called the second dream looks like. I envy her. Xian Yuangu thought. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for her after she died, then she would have no regrets in life. Involuntarily, Xian Yuangu looked at the gray sky of the ghost realm and laughed. Who said that the world was heartless? At least, the young man she met had feelings. At least, the person she trusted for the first time was worthy of her trust. Of course, if this man was not so arrogant, then it would be even more perfect. What are you thinking? You want to eat barbecued meat but you don't want to help. Do you think you're a master? While Xian Yuangu was laughing, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Trash, you even need a woman to help you barbecued meat. What's the use? Xian Yuangu snorted in disdain. She added another sentence in her heart. If this man's mouth was not so poisonous, then it would be even more perfect. The two of them led a little female ghost and moved forward in the ghost realm as if they were a team. After a long time, they finally arrived at the ancient tomb. Xian Yuangu looked at the ancient tomb, her eyes were a little gloomy. Lin Ling frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" I think that after this trip to the ancient tomb, our team should be disbanded. Xian Yuangu said with a smile. Yes. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He and Xian Yuangu were going to be separated. Their team was disbanded. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and stepped into the ancient tomb. He still had something important to do, and that was to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling's back and her eyes flickered. In the end, she did not say anything. Perhaps their team was only second to the ghost realm. After this trip to the ghost realm, they would go their separate ways. Perhaps it would be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. Now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, there was nothing that could stop him from entering the ancient tomb. After a long time, the two of them stood quietly under the bronze coffin. After looking at each other, they took out the yin-yang fish talisman and opened the bronze coffin. Rumble. As the cold bronze coffin opened, a thick pressure rushed out, causing Xiao Yun's soul to become unstable. She quickly hid in the bamboo piece in Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling was also facing a great enemy. He had to be careful when facing a titled king, an expert on the level of Wu Sheng. Chapter 1433. If only time froze when we first met. There was a tall man in the coffin. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. It was as if he was sleeping. However, Lin Ling could still feel the terrifying majesty that the man was emitting. It was as if he was the Jade Emperor. Of course, it was a corpse. So, other than the majesty and terror, there was nothing else that made people fear him. The man was holding a sparkling ball in his hands. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Was that the reincarnation heart that Xia Wuxia was looking for? Lin Ling, what treasure do you have? At this moment, Xian Yuangu's petite body appeared under the bronze coffin. Previously, she had been searching for treasures in other burial chambers. Now, she had a great harvest. Wait. Lin Ling searched the bronze coffin. After a long time, he jumped down. A sparkling ball appeared in his hand. Xian Yuangu's expression changed slightly. The reincarnation heart. That's right. Lin Ling lifted the ball and looked at it carefully. This ball was about the size of a fist. It was sparkling and translucent. However, there were moving clouds inside. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the aura it emitted was like some kind of taboo. It made people not dare to look at it more than a few times. This treasure is yours. In the end, it's just a burial item. I feel evil just by looking at it. Xian Yuangu wasn't very interested in the reincarnation heart. Lin Ling didn't know the use of this treasure. So, he could only put it away. Lin Ling also asked Elder Z. However, Elder Z wasn't too clear. This was because even the star-plucking great emperor didn't have a treasure of this level. Legend has it that the reincarnation heart can resurrect a person after death. In other words, the person who has the reincarnation heart is only faking his death. Of course, this is the legend. This is because no one has ever used the reincarnation heart to resurrect. Not even kings. Xian Yuangu explained. Lin Ling nodded, then he took out a set of jade slips and waved it in front of Xian Yuangu. You seem to be looking for this thing. Xian Yuangu glanced at it and suddenly jumped up like a little girl. He laughed happily and said, the 3 songs of man, ghost, and God. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are indeed my lucky star. You actually found such a treasure for me. I have been looking for it for a long time. This kind of expression was very rare, because among the 3 mysterious in the human realm, Xian Yuangu was indeed an existence similar to a witch. She was very shrewd and could kill people without leaving a trace. Perhaps she would only reveal this kind of girly side when facing someone she trusted. This thing has always been in the bronze coffin, so I took it out. Wait, you don't have to be so grateful to me. What do you want? Kiss me? Get lost. Lin Ling saw that Xian Yuangu was getting more and more excited. He trotted over and kissed Lin Ling on the cheek. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. What a thick-skinned witch. She didn't even leave when he asked her to. In the following time, Lin Ling and Xian Yuangu didn't leave. They treated the ancient tomb as their temporary home and both of them began to cultivate. Xian Yuangu was cultivating the 3 songs of man, heaven, earth, and man. Lin Ling was stabilizing his realm. From time to time, he would enter the 4th layer of purgatory to comprehend. Of course, Lin Ling also used the extra time to examine the reincarnation heart. He discussed with Purple Elder. Purple Elder said with some certainty. The reincarnation heart was indeed very evil. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to suppress it. However, Lin Ling's eye of time was even more mysterious, so the evil energy of the reincarnation heart couldn't be displayed. As for why it was evil, it was because resurrection after death violated the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was an ominous object. Of course, Purple Elder wasn't too sure if it could be resurrected after death. Since it won't affect me, I'll just carry it with me. Lin Ling didn't have much respect for the reincarnation heart. He then chatted with Xiao Yun. During this time, Xiao Yun also told him about the abnormality of one of the 3 souls of the second dream. This made Lin Ling speculate that one of the souls of the second dream should have appeared during the Battle of Yin Mountain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her at that time. He didn't know what she looked like. He only knew that she was called the Fire Spirit Princess. However, everything matched because Xiao Yun said that the Fire Spirit Princess was a little girl. According to the time of the second dream's death, it was indeed possible. Purple Elder, the three souls of the second dream were separated. Is it possible that one of them entered the reincarnation cycle? Lin Ling still had some doubts. Your Majesty, a person's three souls can still enter the reincarnation cycle if they're innately deficient. Think about it, some people are born with a missing soul. Can they not enter the reincarnation cycle after death? Moreover, warriors can injure souls. If the soul is injured and dies, does that mean they can never be reincarnated? Therefore, as long as the three souls are in one soul, and with some luck, they can still enter the reincarnation cycle. Purple Elder said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he had one of the three souls of the second dream, but it was a soul without consciousness. It should be the Earth soul. Another soul might have entered the reincarnation cycle. As for the last soul, the human soul, it was the soul in charge of memory. If he could find that soul, in addition to the one he currently had, he could awaken the second dream. Therefore, Lin Ling still had to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Perhaps one of the souls of the second dream was still in the Yellow Springs Mountain. After a long time, Lin Ling finally decided to leave. He glanced around and saw Xian Yuangu's petite body standing on top of the bronze coffin. She was singing there, and the great law of mysteries spread out. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Xian Yuangu could only think of singing on top of a coffin. Moreover, Xian Yuangu was wearing a long black dress. Moreover, she appeared on top of the coffin. She looked like a female ghost. Let's go. Lin Ling said with a smile as he carried the ancient sword on his back. There was a hint of carefreeness in his tone. Xian Yuangu stopped singing. She quietly looked at Lin Ling for a long time and nodded with a smile. I'm almost there too. I'm going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Where are you going next? Leaving the ghost realm. All right then. Lin Ling nodded. He waved his hand and left. The two of them met by chance and came together for a common goal. However, it was impossible for them to stay together forever. The team would eventually part. This was what they agreed upon before they formed the team. Moreover, he also knew that Xian Yuangu had her own path to take. Xian Yuangu was still standing on top of the bronze coffin. She watched the black-robed youth leave. Her eyes were a little moist. Perhaps they would never meet again after the team was separated. Trash Lin Ling, I'll give you a song. If only life was like the first time we met, what's the matter with the autumn wind's sad painting fan? Ordinary things change, but the old man's heart changes easily. Li Shan finished his words in the middle of the night, but the night rain Lin Ling did not complain. What's worse than being fickle in brocade clothes? The warm voice came from the ancient tomb. Lin Ling's footsteps paused on the ancient tomb's passageway. Then, he smiled and walked forward. Thank you. If only life was like the first time we met. Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman once again as he embarked on a long journey. This time, he would find the second dream. The Yellow Springs Mountain was a ghost realm that was even scarier than the Een Mountain. It was gloomy all year round. There was a small path in the endless mountain range. It was the Yellow Springs path. On the path, ghosts were lined up as if they were walking corpses. It was extremely creepy. Chapter 1434. Stepping into Yellow Spring, Pa. At the edge of the Yellow Spring path, cow-headed ghosts would appear from time to time. With a swing of the soul-lashing whip, the ghosts were about to dissipate, revealing a pained expression. You killed too many people when you were alive, I will remove them for you. If you want to reincarnate, you must cross the bridge of helplessness first. But reincarnation will not accept you, you will have to walk in Yellow Spring Mountain for 100 years. Not every ghost could be reincarnated immediately. Some had to walk continuously, some had to turn into stones and be whipped by the cow-headed ghosts all year round. Some had to turn into pools and suffer the pain of having their souls split. This was the punishment. Those who committed too many sins when they were alive had to suffer. It was very miserable. This was Yellow Spring Mountain. Without great abilities, no one dared to come here because this was also the Yellow Spring Monarch's territory. At this moment, 3 teams appeared in the mountain range of Yellow Spring Mountain. They were Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, and Xian Huang's strongest team, Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, and Prince Xia Bayang. Their eyes were all on Yellow Spring Mountain. This time, the Yellow Spring Monarch will leave Yellow Spring because the day of Heavenly Een has arrived. He will turn into a ghost and go to the human world to absorb the Heavenly Een. This is the best time for us to seize the Yellow Spring Flame. Lord Pu wore a black robe and stood on a peak with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the long group of ghosts and said indifferently. But Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, Prince Xia Bayang, and the others are watching. A powerful martial artist frowned and said. The Yellow Spring Flame is a god-grade flame. We will seize it with our own abilities. I am not worried about them, but I am worried about the Yellow Spring Monarch. If he returns early, we will all die. Lord Pu revealed a rare serious expression. The Yellow Spring Monarch was the terrifying ghost god that controlled Yellow Spring Mountain. He was not someone they could offend. Yes, Lord. The others nodded. Someone else said, Yellow Spring Abyss, is the Yellow Spring Flame burning? Not yet. The Yellow Spring Flame is not burning yet, we can't get close. Moreover, it is very dangerous to seize it. If we are not careful, we will be entangled to death and never be able to reincarnate. Lord Pu said. His eyes were still looking at the dark mountain range. Above the mountain range, a black crow was flying as if it was Lord Pu's eyes, looking at the entire Yellow Springs Mountain. Of course, most of it was looking at the Yellow Springs Abyss. That was the true taboo of the mountain. Those who entered the Yellow Spring Abyss would never be able to reincarnate, and they would never be able to come out. The Yellow Spring Flame was in there, but it was very difficult to obtain because there were a large number of ghosts with bells floating around the Yellow Spring Abyss. When the bells rang, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor would immediately descend. Therefore, they could only wait. The same thing happened in the other 2 groups. They all released their ghostly auras and turned into ghosts, waiting for everything to happen. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in the dusky Yellow Springs Mountain. His face was travel-worn, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. He looked at the terrifying mountain range with a sharp gaze. He was Lin Ling. Among the 3 Xian of the mortal world, other than Lord Pu who was like a pillar, Lin Ling was the only one who dared to step into the Yellow Spring Mountain with the weakest cultivation base. I've arrived at the Yellow Springs Mountain. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That place was very dangerous, but it was a place he had to go. Whether it was for the second dream or for his own martial Tao, he had to step into a place that was even more dangerous than this. Your Majesty, release the evil aura from refining the heavenly violence bead. Otherwise, you will be discovered by the bull-headed ghost. At that moment, Purple Elder's voice sounded. Lin Ling nodded and released his evil aura. Then, he took a deep breath and said, let's go. Then, Lin Ling turned into a ghost and entered the Yellow Springs Mountain. After entering, he followed the long line of ghosts and slowly moved forward. Xiao Yun followed behind him step by step. Lin Ling's heart was heavy, but he was also excited. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling. It was like a dead person walking on the road to the Yellow Springs. He had heard of this in his previous life, but it was just a rumor. Now that he had experienced it for himself, he wondered if there would be a King Yama in the ghost realm. Then, Lin Ling looked around. In front and behind him, there were ghosts who had died. They were mumbling to themselves as if they were talking about the things they died with their eyes wide open. Brother, how long will this road take? Lin Ling looked ahead. The road in the mountain range seemed to have no end. There was only a large number of ghosts walking on it. Therefore, he asked the ghost behind him. Your Majesty, this is the Yellow Springs Mountain. I hope you will treat it seriously. Purple Elder's helpless voice sounded. What a terrifying place. His Majesty was actually curious about it. This courage was undeniable. However, the ghost behind Lin Ling ignored Lin Ling and continued to mumble to himself. No one knew what he was talking about. Smack. At this moment, a soul whip came and landed on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble violently. Line up properly. An ox-headed ghost appeared beside him. It was nearly 2 meters tall and had the head of a bull and the body of a human. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. However, in the eyes of the ox-headed ghost, Lin Ling was only a ghost and not a human. Moreover, when the ox-headed ghost wanted to see through Lin Ling, it could not see through anything about Lin Ling. It could not even see through the evil creatures in this life. It could only see a thick murderous aura. Lin Ling felt his soul shake, but it seemed to be fine. He stared at the ox-headed ghost and thought to himself, wait until I find the second dream. You're dead meat. He did not retaliate and continued to line up. He also allowed the ox-headed ghost to hit him. Because his soul was stronger than any other soul, the soul whip was ineffective against him. The ox-headed ghost did not know about this. It continued to follow Lin Ling and continued to whip him. This made Lin Ling feel bored. If not for the fact that he had to act as a ghost, he would have taken out some wine to drink. Wait, that's Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Pu's crow form saw Lin Ling. Because the murderous aura could only fool the ox-headed ghost, it could not fool humans. In fact, Lin Ling was still a human. It was just that his body was covered by the murderous aura. This brat. Lord Pu sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He actually imitated the ghosts and lined up. One had to know that even when he came to Yellow Springs Mountain, he didn't dare to be arrogant and hid in the shadows. He even sensed that Lin Ling was looking down on the bull-headed ghost. As expected of the most terrifying monster in Xianping province. With this, who among the 3 Xian of the mortal world could compete with Lin Ling? Lin Ling did not know that Lord Pu was looking at him. He continued to line up, but the Yellow Springs path seemed to have no end. This made him frown. Furthermore, he did not encounter the soul of the second dream. Because if he did, another soul would float out from the bamboo piece in his chest. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, an earth-shattering battle broke out in a corner of Yellow Springs Mountain. The battle caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate and his face to turn serious. Chapter 1435. The Battle of Yellow Spring Mountain. Prince Xia Beiyang, the Yellow Spring Emperor has left and you've become arrogant. Do you want to provoke the Undying Lord by fighting here? Above the endless Yellow Spring Mountain range, a ghostly fog filled the air. An evil voice drifted out. A man wearing a black feather robe was standing in the sky. This man was extremely handsome, even handsome to the point of being evil. A terrifying shadow appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, it was a gigantic dark crow that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, there were flames burning on the dark crow's black feathers. Although the area of the flames was small, the fact that the flames could burn the dark crow meant that its origin was not small. This man was one of the 4 pillars of Xianping province, Lord Pu. Sizzle. On the other side, a man riding a black dragon was floating there. He was wearing a ferocious armor and 8 flames were floating on his shoulders, emitting a majestic aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. However, there was a flickering darkness in one of the flames. The darkness was devouring the flames. However, the man did not care about the changes in the flames. He looked at Lord Pu indifferently and said, "The Yellow Spring Flame is one of the 10 divine flames of heaven and earth. I cultivate fire." Lord Pu, you only have the talent of darkness. Why are you fighting with me for the yellow spring flame? This man was none other than Prince Xia Beiyang. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was one of the strongest in the Shenyuan realm. They had clashed a few times before, but neither of them could do anything to the other. They had all suffered some minor injuries. Far away from the two groups of heroes, a man in a purple robe stood there. His purple robe looked like dragon scales. He stood there quietly, giving people the feeling that he was not only a dragon, but also a dragon king. Are these three top experts going to fight? At this moment, Lin Ling was still following the long line of ghosts in the Yellow Spring Mountain range. His eyes were fixed on the distant sky. Other than him, most of the ghosts around him were still walking around like zombies, ignoring the battle in the distance. Aren't they afraid of alarming the Yellow Spring Mountain? Lin Ling said with a frown. Your Majesty, it seems that the Yellow Spring Emperor is not here. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Elder Z's voice resounded. He knew that if the Nether Spring Grand Emperor was here, then those people wouldn't have dared to act arrogantly and would have stayed far away a long time ago. No wonder, then they must be fighting for the Yellow Spring's flame. It wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess their intentions. As for the Yellow Spring's flame, Lin Ling was naturally very tempted. However, Lin Ling currently had no way to obtain such a terrifying flame. This was because the possibility of him snatching the treasure from Lord Pu and the others was very low. The Yellow Spring flame of the Yellow Spring Abyss is about to erupt. Between you and me, only one of us can seize it. At this moment, above the Yellow Springs mountain, the dark crow let out an ear-piercing cry, causing the thousands of ghosts in the Yellow Springs mountain to tremble. In the next moment, darkness descended and devoured everything. Lord Pu made his move. The entire sky was filled with darkness. Compared to Tengu's darkness talent, it was countless times stronger. As expected of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Lin Ling felt the same as the ghosts around him. He felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. Of course, due to the distance, the pressure wasn't that great. However, this made Lin Ling certain that Lord Pu's talent was definitely higher than his. Perhaps, Lord Pu had already reached the profound rank. Although Lin Ling could easily kill a 4th-layer Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, that was only in comparison. If Lin Ling encountered someone with a higher talent than Lin Ling, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. Just like the ancient talent tree, the talent fruit at the top of the tree was much more noble and powerful than the green leaves at the bottom. 8 Suns. At the same time, Xia Prince Biyao also made his move. 8 blazing suns appeared in the gray sky of the ghost domain, as if he was trying to change the rules of the ghost domain. Obviously, Xia Prince Biyao didn't make a move in the battle at Een Mountain because he was wary of the Yellow Springs flame. However, that didn't mean that he was weak. On the contrary, his strength was extremely terrifying. The 8 suns clashed with the darkness in the sky, as if they were trying to tear the ghost domain apart. Woo woo woo. Below, a large number of ghosts were turned into ashes under the impact of the majestic power. Even the cow-headed ghost was the same. Rumble rumble rumble. The battle in the sky was extremely intense and the storm swept everything. So powerful. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a burning glow as he gazed at the battle in the distance. He wanted to be so strong in the future as well. At that time, besides the 3 great legends of the mortal dimension, there would probably be no other powers or experts that would dare to humiliate him. Lord Pu, I have reached an agreement with Xia Prince Biyao. The Yellow Springs flame will be competed between the two of us. You should withdraw. At this moment, an ancient voice drifted out. In the sky, purple light filled the sky and a purple-scaled dragon appeared. The Dragon King roared, shaking the heaven and earth. So huge. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His Flame Dragon King was like an earthworm compared to the purple-scaled dragon. Could that person be Shrouding Heaven Dragon King? As expected of Shrouding Heaven. Not good, Lord Pu is in trouble. Soon, Lin Ling frowned. He could see that Shrouding Heaven Dragon King and Xia Prince Biyao were teaming up to eliminate Lord Pu. This made Lin Ling a little worried. Although Lord Pu was not close to Lin Ling, he had helped Lin Ling before. However, although Lin Ling was worried, that level of battle was not something that Lin Ling could participate in. Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, you did not follow the rules. We agreed that the three of us would compete separately. You actually teamed up with Xia Prince Biyao. In the sky, the dark crow roared. The Yellow Springs flame is such a treasure. It is naturally better to have one less person competing for it. The purple-scaled dragon said indifferently, emitting an endless dragon aura. You want to eliminate me? Dream on. The dark crow was not willing to give up. An even more terrifying darkness spread out and the sky seemed to be sprinkled with endless ink. An even crazier battle began at this moment. Of course, with Xia Prince Biyao and Xia Prince Biyao teaming up, Lord Pu was naturally no match. His dark crow was torn to pieces by a powerful force. After a full hour, it finally turned into a wisp of darkness and disappeared. In the sky, the 8 blazing suns were still hanging, and the endless dragon was also circling around. I admit that I am not a match for the two of you. However, I will not give up on the Yellow Springs flame. Even if I can't get it, I will not let you have it. The evil voice floated in the Yellow Springs mountain. It was Lord Pu. He was clearly injured, but he did not leave. Instead, he hid in a corner of the Yellow Springs mountain. This Lord Pu is as evil as always. Although he is injured, he is still not to be underestimated. When the Yellow Springs flame blooms in the Yellow Springs abyss, be careful of him. Let our people find him in the Yellow Springs mountain. Since the Yellow Springs Emperor is not here, we do not need to be so cautious. All right. In the sky, the 8 blazing suns exploded, and the winding dragon also swam away. Chapter 1436. Goodbye to the second dream, I hope Lord Pu can succeed. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he lined up again and walked along the road to the underworld. However, he was also looking forward to it. Currently, his fiend god Overlord physique was at the 4th level. Once it reached the 5th level, it would be a profound 10th grade immortal physique. At that time, powerful divine abilities would appear. As for fire elemental talent, Lin Ling's advantage came from his Grand Rules martial arts, which came from the Tyrant Song sword. The last one was Soul Force. Lin Ling was now at the 72nd step and was getting closer and closer to the 100th step. Once he reached the 100th step, he wondered if his eyes would awaken. Walking on the Yellow Springs mountain, it was as if time did not flow. It was dull and tedious. Lin Ling crossed the mountains and rivers, making him look like a walking corpse. Xiao Yun, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling occasionally spoke to the little ghost girl behind him. Big brother Lin Ling, it's good to be able to follow you. Xiao Yun smiled and shook her head. She had long been used to this kind of aimless walking. If these ghosts encounter an opportunity, they will be sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky and enter Reincarnation City. Next, they will be reincarnated. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His eye of time could see the rules of the ghost domain. As he walked, Lin Ling's handsome face became even more weathered, as if he had walked through several lifetimes. However, every time he felt bored, a voice rose in his heart. She wanted to go home. The second dream was a lonely soul that had gone through hundreds of reincarnations. She was already a lonely star that had gone through thousands of reincarnations. However, her tribulation did not seem to have ended. Even if she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, she would still encounter the calamity of being a lonely soul. Therefore, the second dream often said that life was like a dream. Her entire life, she had no choice. Back then, she killed Lin Ling because of her master's orders. Later, She plotted against Lin Ling because of her master's orders as well. But in the end, the second dream chose to break free from fate. However, fate was like this. She wanted to break free from being controlled by others, and the result was death. She was very strong, but also very lonely. Unknowingly, a stone bridge appeared in front of him. The stone bridge was ancient, and there were small white flowers on the side of the bridge. Those were the devil's snare flower. When the ancient bridge was decorated with flowers, it had an indescribable beauty. A large number of ghosts walked along the stone bridge like walking corpses, and Lin Ling was among them. However, the moment he stepped onto the stone bridge, his entire body trembled. He didn't know when the lost ghost had appeared behind him. The ghost's eyes were filled with loneliness as it looked at the stone bridge indifferently. At the same time, the stone bridge swayed slightly, and a soul floated out from the stone bridge. Big brother Lin Ling, I found big sister the second dream. Xiao Yun covered her mouth and finally smiled. Lin Ling had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, entered the ghost domain, stepped into the yellow springs, and turned into a ghost. He had finally found the second dream. The figure that gradually condensed was wearing a black dress. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and she held an umbrella in her hand. Her slightly pale and delicate face had a touch of lonely beauty. She stood there quietly like the night sky. This sin, after 5 years, has my sin finally been washed away? A soft voice floated out from the woman's mouth. In the past 5 years, she had entered the stone bridge and experienced the karmic tribulation, washing away the sins of her previous life and being stepped on by thousands of ghosts. Now, she discovered that she could recover her ghost body. Did this mean that she could enter the cycle of reincarnation? All of this was too unbelievable. However, when she looked in front of her, her body trembled violently. There stood a woman who looked exactly like her, but her face was blank, as if she had lost consciousness. There was only the feeling of a soul connection. Most importantly, there was a handsome man by her side. He wore a long black robe, and his long hair hung down to his cheeks. His chiseled face was filled with thick vicissitudes of life, and the man just looked at her and gradually revealed a faint smile. That smile caused her soul to tremble incessantly. Her soul was clearly a soul with memories, so those memories flashed by like a picture. Her life, until her death. In the end, everything was fixed on a man. He was her life's nemesis. When she was about to become famous in the rainforest's sacred land, that man came suddenly as if the heavens were punishing her. He took everything from her and turned her into a bitch that everyone in the rainforest's sacred land laughed at. He made her fall from heaven to hell. However, for some reason, she did not hate that man. Even when her master ordered her to plot against that man, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to help him. All of this was because after she fell from the altar, only her enemy, her nemesis, still treated her the same as before. He did not laugh at her, nor did he sympathize with her. Instead, he treated her like a friend. I turned into a stone bridge and waited for 1,000 years. It was not the cycle of reincarnation, but waiting for you to cross the bridge. The second dream's eyes were wet. She softly called, Lin Ling. Yes. I found you. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the second dream with a faint smile. He was extremely excited. He had crossed thousands of mountains and seas, experienced countless years, and he had finally found her. Are you dead? Yes. The second dream stepped on the ancient stone bridge and slowly walked over. Gradually, she began to jog. No, I came for you. This is the promise I made. You may have woken up from your dream, but your dream is not a nightmare. Yes. Lin Ling also walked forward and smiled at the second dream. This made the second dream's soul tremble even more. Someone had entered the realm of ghosts for her and stepped into the underworld. Wasn't she a lonely soul for thousands of lifetimes? Why would someone do so much for her? Could the heavens be defied? Could the fate of a lonely soul for hundreds of lifetimes be changed? The second dream could not say anything. She felt like she was in a dream, but the reality was right in front of her eyes. At the same time, another soul quietly walked forward and merged with her, causing her soul to become even more condensed. Thank you. Thousands of words appeared in her heart, but in this moment, she could only say one thing. Perhaps everyone would say the same thing when they were happy or excited. The second dream said with a smile. Then she looked at Lin Ling's handsome face. It was no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, it was filled with the vicissitudes of life and determination. She knew that Lin Ling must have experienced countless hardships to reach this place. In the past, you saved me. Today, I will take you home. No tribulation of thousands of lifetimes can stop me. Lin Ling said calmly. This one sentence represented his determination. In the past, the heavens wanted to take away the second dream. Today, he had found the second dream again, proving that the heavens could be defied. Can I go home? The second dream mumbled to herself. Her eyes became even more moist. She was not a lonely soul, there was still someone who cared about her. She was very touched. The two of them stood on the stone bridge. Beside the bridge was a tranquil little white flower. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 1437. Stirring the realm of the dead unknowingly, several burly figures had appeared on the stone bridge. These figures were none other than the bull-headed ghosts. I won't go, I won't enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Let this lonely soul of 100 lives end in this life. In this life, I've finally met someone who cherishes me. I'd rather die than enter the cycle of reincarnation. The sudden appearance of the figure caused the soul of the second dream to tremble. There was an innate fear, but she gritted her teeth and spoke resolutely. No one knew what it felt like to be alone, and even more so, no one knew what it felt like to be alone for 100 lifetimes. No matter which life it was, she would always be someone else's chess piece. She would spend her entire life alone, and no one would cherish her. Her death would be as normal as the passing of night and the arrival of dawn. But in this life, she had an obsession in her heart. She would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you want to escape the calamity of being a lonely soul for 100 generations? Let me tell you, I've checked the 3 worlds realm before. In your next life, you will be an orphan. When you are born, you will be sold off by your parents. Later, you will become a servant of a wealthy family. However, after going through hardships, you will be sold off again. In your next life, you will be abandoned and betrayed. Try not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The few Minotaur ghosts roared, and the soul-breaking whips appeared in their hands. They lashed out viciously, intending to shatter the soul of the second dream. The moment the soul-striking whip appeared, the ghosts in the surroundings seemed to have regained their consciousness as they let out fearful cries. I'm not leaving. The second dream was still gritting its teeth. Its soul was stubborn. Whoosh. However, the soul-striking whip had already swept over, and a ghastly wind howled. But at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the soul-striking whip. Then, with a vicious pull, one of the bull-headed ghosts was pulled over. How dare you hit my people? A cold voice drifted out, and a sword ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble. The bull-headed ghost that had been pulled over was chopped into pieces. What? He can actually wield the soul-striking whip? That's impossible. The soul-striking whip specializes in striking the reincarnated ghosts. Even if he was a top expert in his previous life, as long as he's dead, it can still strike him. And he actually killed Oxhead. The remaining Minotaur ghosts were shocked. They stared at the young man beside the second dream. How could this be? That ghost was not afraid of the soul-beating whip? Sir, you came to my ghost domain to disturb the order. Could it be that you want to disrupt the cycle of reincarnation? Right at this moment, a man in black clothes walked over from afar. He was extremely tall like a bamboo pole, and his face was extremely ferocious while his fangs gleamed. Black Impermanence, the Soul Reaper of the human realm. All the Minotaurs bowed respectfully. Lin Ling, run. That's the Black Impermanence. The second dream looked at Lin Ling worriedly. She was very grateful that Lin Ling could come, but she did not want Lin Ling to disrupt the order of heaven and earth for her. Bullshit order. She has already experienced more than 70 reincarnations. Every reincarnation is a tribulation. If this world's reincarnation is randomly arranged, then what reincarnation is there? Since it's so messy, why don't I decide the reincarnation? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were wide open in anger. He had already found the second dream, but the second dream was about to enter reincarnation. Was the heavens still trying to stop him? However, although the heavens could stop his body, it could not stop his heart. She has reincarnated 100 times. There must be a reason for that. The path of reincarnation and the rules of heaven and earth have always been fair. How can it be randomly arranged? The Black Impermanence stepped onto the stone bridge and released his terrifying soul energy. It was as if the heavens were suppressing Lin Ling. If you dare to stop me, then I'll destroy your soul. Huh, you're just a small ghost soldier. Do you have the right to destroy my soul? Your so-called fair reincarnation is nonsense. Have you ever seen someone with luxurious clothes and countless servants when they are born? Have you ever seen someone risk their life for a meal? If reincarnation is fair, then how can it be fair? Lin Ling stepped forward, not afraid of the Black Impermanence's soul pressure at all. You're courting death. The Black Impermanence let out an angry roar, shaking the entire Yellow Springs mountain. Countless ghosts cried. The soul-striking staff appeared in his hand. He looked at Lin Ling and swung it fiercely. He wanted to shatter Lin Ling's soul. Pa! The soul-striking staff was even more terrifying than the soul-striking whip. However, when it landed on Lin Ling's body, an invisible soul energy rippled. Lin Ling's soul condensed like a stone. He was safe and sound. You're a human. The Black Impermanence sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that Lin Ling was not a ghost. You're hitting my soul? Lin Ling roared. He reached out his left hand and snatched the soul-striking staff. Then, he swung it fiercely. The staff carried his soul energy attack, causing the Black Impermanence to groan in pain. The surrounding bull-headed ghosts glared. Someone actually dared to hit Lord Black Impermanence. Rebellion, rebellion. Kill him. The bull-headed ghosts roared in anger. The ghost realm had its own order. How could they allow anyone to mess with the rules of heaven and earth? That person was dead. Even if he didn't die now, he would die one day. At that time, he would have to go through the 18 major calamities of the ghost realm. He would never be able to reincarnate. Kill me? At this moment, Lin Ling threw away the soul-striking staff. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The ancient god emperor body appeared behind him. A dazzling sword appeared. Today, he would mess up the underworld and take away the second dream. Empty sword. Rumble. With a slash of the sword, several bull-headed ghosts were cut in half. The Black Impermanence's eyes narrowed. This person was killing the Yellow Springs Emperor's people. He was dead. He was dead for sure. Kill him. The Black Impermanence's ferocious face was filled with anger. He roared again. Today, the Yellow Springs Emperor just happened to leave. As a ghost guarding the Yellow Springs, he naturally could not tolerate the arrogance of a human here. Roar. A large number of ghosts rushed over from afar. There were bull-headed ghosts, yikshaws, white impermanence, and so on. Their ferocious and terrifying appearance caused the ghosts around to tremble in fear. I don't care about the order of heaven and earth. I don't care where this place is. I only want to take away my people. If you dare to stop me, even if it's the Yellow Springs Emperor, I will kill you. Roar. Lin Ling's aura was magnificent. Not only was he not afraid, he took a step forward. The sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. With every slash, a large number of ghost souls were destroyed. How is this possible? His soul power is very strong, surpassing ours. Most importantly, he has the majesty of a great emperor. Roar. The black impermanence sucked in a cold breath. When Lin Ling domineeringly killed the bull-headed ghosts, he also saw Lin Ling. All the soul attacks were useless against Lin Ling. Most importantly, there was a mysterious aura around Lin Ling's body. It was as if he had not entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. An anomaly. An anomaly of heaven and earth. Which junior is so arrogant? Capture him. Capture him. However, the ghost domain still had its own majesty. How could it allow someone to be arrogant here? Therefore, more bull-headed ghosts and ghost soldiers rushed out, causing a commotion in the Yellow Springs Mountain. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and countless terrifying ghost soldiers had arrived. Woo woo woo. In the sky, ghost chi filled the air. Ghost heads and ghosts floated around Lin Ling. It was as if a great calamity had befallen the world. Lin Ling. Go. Chapter 1438. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Her reincarnation is arranged by heaven and earth, you can't take her away. Look at the sky, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation is already open, she's about to enter. Roar. Black impermanence roared, that young man couldn't defy heaven. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Roar. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. His eyes of time did see the 6 paths of reincarnation spinning, an invisible power of law shrouding the second dream, trying to bring the second dream into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, his eyes of time also saw some secrets, causing him to roar, 6 paths of reincarnation, if you miss the time, you will never be able to enter the reincarnation. So, as long as you survive that time, the reincarnation will disappear, and the second dream will remain in this world forever. Roar. If you want to control her, you have to ask my sword. Roar. Boom. On the ancient bridge, Lin Ling stood guard with a single sword, killing any ghostly beings that dared to approach. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to reach here, how could he retreat? If the reincarnation wanted to take away the second dream, he would cut off the reincarnation. Kill him. Roar. Black impermanence let out a ferocious voice, shocked, he was extremely shocked. How did that young man know the secret of the 6 paths of reincarnation? What were his eyes hiding? Moreover, that young man was so arrogant. He was just a human, but he wanted to stir up chaos in Yellow Springs Mountain. Who gave him the courage? If it wasn't for the Yellow Springs monarch's absence, that young man's soul would have dispersed by now. Kill. Roar. Ghost chi soared into the sky and turned into millions of ghost soldiers, among them were the terrifying Gui Sha Tianli, the Mingdu general. Kill. Roar. Holding the sword tightly, Lin Ling's weathered face revealed a determined expression, one sword to guard the ancient bridge. Rumble. The Yellow Springs Mountain that had been silent for thousands of years welcomed a terrifying battle today, causing the ghosts of the Yellow Springs path to stop and look ahead in fear. Lin Ling. Roar. Behind the ancient bridge, the soul of the second dream trembled. Lin Ling, for her, fought the ghost realm. The enemy of the past, the nemesis of the past, today, the only one who would bring her home. What a bold junior. How dare he mess around in Yellow Springs Mountain? At this moment, on a mountain peak of the Yellow Springs Mountain, a middle-aged man in a white robe looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He was one of Prince Xia Bayang's men. Taking advantage of the fact that the Yellow Springs Emperor wasn't in the Yellow Springs Mountain, he was searching for the missing Lord Pu. But he didn't expect to see the scene in front of him. Bullhead Ghost, black impermanence, Gui Sha Tianli and the rest of the ghost army. Even I would have to take a detour if I encountered them. That junior is only a first-layer saint. Why isn't he afraid of those ghost generals? Could it be that his soul is very strong? But even if his soul force is strong, it's impossible to block the ghost domain's ghost god. Maybe he has an even more terrifying aura hibernating in his body, so everything in the world has to fear him. However, this is just my guess. The middle-aged man said faintly. Then, he revealed a cold smile. That junior dared to provoke Emperor Xia. I will not let him off so easily. He took a step forward, leaping through the void towards Lin Ling. Obviously, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, which was why he had a basic understanding of the void. Lin Ling, you little brat, go to hell. A ferocious palm slammed towards Lin Ling. It was mighty and majestic. Lin Ling, be careful. The second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing the black impermanence and the other ghost army, but someone was sneakily attacking him from behind. That person was too despicable. Unfortunately, she wanted to help, but she was only a soul. She couldn't do anything. Instead, her soul was blown away by the powerful shockwave and fell to the ground. Bastard. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. Naturally, he could sense the sneak attack from behind. However, it was too late for him to block it. Rumble. That palm contained a terrifying great law. When it landed on Lin Ling's body, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had the space barrier and had a strong physical body, that palm would have killed him. You're not dead yet. The middle-aged man appeared behind Lin Ling. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. However, his gaze quickly fell on the stone bridge. Without the stone bridge and without Lin Ling's protection, a large number of ghost army had rushed over. There were headless ghost generals on horses, white skeletons, black and white impermanence, and cow and horse ghost army. The ghost chi was so eerie that it made his heart palpitate. He was sure that if he was the one guarding the stone bridge, he wouldn't be able to stop the terrifying Yellow Spring army. At this moment, he was even more shocked by the power hidden in Lin Ling's body. However, he quickly laughed coldly. You survived my attack, but you'll still die later. After you die, your soul will appear in the Yellow Spring path. You'll be punished severely. I can only say that you shouldn't have offended Xia Wang Luyang. As he spoke, he retreated. At the same time, he glanced at the second dream that was blown away by his chi. He laughed coldly again. What an infatuated man. For a woman, you entered the ghost realm, stepped into the Yellow Spring, and even messed up the ghost realm. However, since you don't want her to enter the reincarnation cycle, I'll help you. Send her to the reincarnation city. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm again. The great law appeared and a storm was formed. It blew the second dream up to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. You're a bad guy. Xiao Yun couldn't help but shout when she saw this scene. Brother Lin Ling had gone through so much for sister the second dream. However, when the suction of the 6 paths of reincarnation was about to disappear, this despicable man suddenly appeared and disrupted everything. I'm a bad guy, but what can you do to me? I'll just watch you die slowly. The middle-aged man laughed. He stepped into the void and returned to the mountain peak. He wanted to watch the show slowly. Lin Ling. At this moment, the second dream seemed to be pulled by countless hands towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. She stared at the man and a tear rolled down her cheek. Don't come looking for me again. For you, I'm willing to enter the reincarnation cycle again. A smile appeared on her face. It was a happy smile. Because someone cherished her, she cherished him too. She didn't want to implicate Lin Ling anymore. She would rather enter the reincarnation cycle again. I've always had a dream to have a man who loves me the most and listens to me sing at night. Although this dream hasn't come true, there is a man who cherishes me. In order to bring me home, he entered the ghost realm today. I'm very happy. After 100 reincarnations, this is the first time I've met such a man. Who frowns lightly, sleeves fluttering in the wind, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword in the horizon, who lingers after the past and present, the flowering time fades away, ending the fleeting years. Her gentle voice scattered across Yellow Springs Mountain, causing the white flowers on the ancient bridge to sway slightly. The girl in the black dress flew towards the sky and gradually drifted further and further away into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was as if the heavens could never be reversed. What should come would come, and what couldn't be changed would never be changed. No. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were red as he looked at the sky. She was gone again. Chapter 1439. Frozen Time Rumble. At this moment, a large number of ghostly immortals swarmed over and drowned the injured Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not care about the ghostly immortals around him. His eyes were still looking at the sky. Heartache. This was the second time in his life that his heart ached. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. In Lin Ling's eyes, everything turned gray. Only the white flower by the stone bridge was still as dazzling as ever. Transforming into the stone bridge and waiting for 1,000 years was not about reincarnation, but waiting for you to cross the bridge. He finally knew why the second dream could awaken from the stone bridge. It was because he, Lin Ling, had come. The second dream's obsession had been resolved and she could finally enter reincarnation. Brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Xiao Yun saw the ghostly aura engulfing Lin Ling's eyes. Her eyes were also wet. She was angry in her heart. The heavens were unfair. It's easy to kill a junior like Lin Ling. However, it's too easy to kill him like this. Let him die in the ghostly domain and his soul will never be at peace. That's what I want to see. Lin Ling, you don't dare to provoke Xia Wang Luyang because you're not qualified. At this moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, the middle-aged man smiled faintly at the scene before him. He knew that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Once his soul was captured, what awaited him would be an eternal calamity. The earth trembled and ghostly aura surged. On the ground, Lin Ling felt like he was in an alien space. His heart was extremely heavy. He could not see anything. He could only see endless darkness and a dot of light slowly disappearing. Faintly, he heard Elder Z's voice. He saw the faces of his grandfather and the rest. He saw Yu, his mother, the heavenly concubine, and Anuer. However, those familiar things were slowly disappearing with the light. Was he going to die? When the light was swallowed by the darkness, Lin Ling felt like he was going to die. I can't die yet. The sky is covering my eyes. Open for me. The earth is blocking my path. Break for me. I just want to bring my family back. Who dares to stop me? Lin Ling roared in his heart. He couldn't die. He had braved so many storms, so how could he die here today? Boom! Endless darkness exploded as a pair of mysterious eyes appeared. It was as if they could see through the river of time and space, as if they could see through the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose. 72 steps, 73 steps, 74 steps, 80 steps, 90 steps, 95 steps. Gradually, it reached 100 steps. Boom! In the sky, the pair of eyes that seemed to have not moved for tens of thousands of years finally blossomed with a divine light. Freeze. Everything was frozen. In the past, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, when Lin Ling had faced Empyrean Void Star, he had also displayed this strength. But today, after his soul force reached the 100th order, this strength was completely under Lin Ling's control. Rumble. At this moment, at the edge of the stone bridge, a terrifying soul fluctuation bloomed. A pair of eyes looked down upon the entire ghost realm. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the ghost realm was filled with the howls of tens of thousands of ghosts. It was as if hell was shaking, as if they had met the master of a world. The wind stopped blowing, the ghost clouds stopped drifting, and the ghost realm came to a stop. At the edge of the stone bridge, a handsome man slowly stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his weathered face looked up at the skies. Like this, he walked forward step by step. All around him, in front of him, behind him, there were horrifying ghosts and gods. But at this moment, they were all frozen in place like statues. Even the 6 paths of samsara in the skies had stopped moving. Unfortunately, that lost figure had already disappeared. I overturned the entire world in order to find your figure. I overturned the entire heavens in order to hear your song at night. I blasted open the endless void in order to open a path, to bring you home. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He had failed. His emotionless eyes looked at the ghosts and gods around him. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 nether realms floated out, die. Die. Rumble. The cow-headed ghost, the black impermanence, Gue Sha, Tianli, and other ghosts all had their souls explode at this moment, turning into ashes. Pa. The black-robed man walked forward step by step, and the frozen time around him quietly recovered. On the other side of the stone bridge, a large number of ghosts and gods appeared again. But at this moment, they all stopped and looked at the black-robed man in shock. At this moment, they did not dare to approach the black-robed man. This was an innate majesty. If they were fighting for the rules of the ghost realm, then that man standing there was the rule. Big brother Lin Ling. Little Yun looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She could not believe her eyes. The ghosts and gods that had drowned Big Brother Lin Ling were all dead. Could Big Brother Lin Ling be the reincarnation of the Ghost Emperor? As for the middle-aged man in the distance, his eyes were glued to a spot. Previously, he felt as if something strange had happened between heaven and earth. When he reacted, there were no more ghosts and gods in front of the stone bridge. As for Lin Ling, he was still alive. He was dressed in a dazzling black robe and had an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment, he looked like a real soul reaper. What made him even more terrified was that Lin Ling was looking at him and walking towards him. How do you want to die? A sentence floated over, causing the middle-aged man's heart to beat violently. He suddenly regretted it. He should not have attacked before, should not have sneak attacked Lin Ling. I am one of the Xia bastard 8 Yang's people, Xia Nanjiang. The middle-aged man did not know why he was afraid of Lin Ling. But at this moment, he only wanted to bring out the huge backing behind him. He did not realize that he no longer had that smug look from before. He will also die. However, a cold and emotionless voice floated over from the front. The existence of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars would also die. You. Xia Nanjiang's eyes narrowed. He was furious and wanted to say something. However, when he saw the black-robed youth approaching, he did not dare to be too arrogant. It seemed that if he continued to be arrogant, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Wait, I only attacked on a whim previously. Xia Nanjiang laughed. His laughter was extremely ugly. Lin Ling was silent. He continued to walk forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If not for this person's sneak attack, the second dream would not have entered the cycle of reincarnation. As long as Lin Ling could hold on a little longer, he would be able to bring her home. However, Xia Nanjiang attacked. Therefore, he would pay a heavy price now. Pa. Lin Ling's pace was not fast, but every step seemed to stomp on Xia Nanjiang's heart. He punched his dantian viciously, causing Xia Nanjiang to feel even more regret. He even scolded himself for being so stupid. The key this time was Huang Kuan-yen, and the opponent was only Lord Pu. Why did he provoke that youth? Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of him, calmly standing on the peak of the mountain. Go to hell, I am a stage 5 saint. You are only a stage 1 saint. I can kill you. The pressure in Xia Nanjiang's heart grew greater and greater. In the end, he could not help but attack. Furthermore, at the moment he attacked, he still had a sliver of hope that he would be able to kill Lin Ling. He had only been frightened by Lin Ling before. Blade of Nirvana. Rumble. Chapter 1440. Beyond Reprieve Boom. The small knife attacked. Before Xia Nanjiang could even make a move, his soul was already shaken. An invisible force passed through his great laws and engulfed his flesh and blood. It resonated with his mind, causing him to stagger backwards. His face was filled with fear. Soul power, it was a terrifying soul power. You're going to die. What else do you have? Lin Ling stepped forward and dealt a heavy blow to Xia Nanjiang. I don't believe it. Xia Nanjiang shouted furiously. Xia Wang Luyang had promised him that if he could get the flame of the netherworld, he would become one of the top nobles in the great Xianyuan domain. But was it all going to become a fantasy now? Was he going to be beyond redemption just because of an extra move? You shouldn't have ambushed me. The cold voice drifted over again. Xia Nanjiang's fighting spirit crumbled once again. His face turned red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xia Nanjiang was just a junior with a lower cultivation level than him. He wanted to kill him, but there was a voice in his heart that prevented him from doing so. It was as if he had met the Yellow Spring Emperor. Retreat. Xia Nanjiang gritted his teeth and fled. He had to get as far away from this terrifying youth as possible. Woo woo woo. However, just as he took a step, the large number of bull-headed ghosts, Ghost Sha and Heavenly Wrath, surrounded him. That terrifying ghost aura caused his eyes to narrow. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Lin Ling, and a terrifying thought suddenly rose in his heart. Lin Ling controlled the ghosts around him with his powerful soul power. Such a thing was terrifying, but this was the only explanation that could explain everything. This also meant that Lin Ling's soul power had reached a terrifying level. You can't escape. The voice drifted over again, causing the tens of thousands of ghosts and deities of the Yellow Springs Mountain to take a step forward. It was as if an army had descended upon Xia Nanjiang. Seeing this, Xia Nanjiang's body trembled. He could not win the battle, but could he not escape either? There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was just an extra move. Please forgive me. I will never appear in front of you again. Xia Nanjiang was frightened for a moment. He immediately knelt down and slapped his own face. She's already gone. What's the point of admitting your mistake? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It was as if he was not afraid of Xia Nanjiang escaping as he slowly walked forward. This time, with every step, a powerful spiritual force was released. Puff! Not only his soul, but even his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That feeling was extremely painful, as if a knife was twisting. Moreover, it was not twisting his body, but his soul. One must know that the pain of the soul was even clearer and more unbearable than the pain of the body. Bang! However, Lin Ling did not seem to know how much pain Xia Nanjiang was in as he took another step forward. Rumble. Xia Nanjiang could not even stabilize his kneeling posture, like a small boat in a storm. However, after spitting out blood, he quickly knelt down again. After all, this was the only way he could survive, and it was extremely slim. Bang! Lin Ling completely ignored Xia Nanjiang's kneeling and begging for mercy, and took another step forward. Spare me. I regret it now. I shouldn't have attacked. Xia Nanjiang's face was distorted as he constantly begged for mercy. No one could understand how much regret he had in his heart. No one could understand how much pain Lin Ling's seemingly calm steps brought to his soul. Bang! Unfortunately, the soul steps were still merciless. If that's the case, I'd rather die. Xia Nanjiang let out a ferocious roar. It was too painful, and he wanted to commit suicide. Rumble. His body exploded. A king of a generation had fallen here. It had to be known that Xia Nanjiang was stronger than Xia Wuxia, a martial artist with a higher status. However, today, he had killed himself, and it was a suicide of his own free will. His life disappeared at this moment. The 6 paths of reincarnation revolved and a soul appeared in the Yellow Springs path. It was Xia Nanjiang's soul. Fortunately, he did not need to walk the Yellow Springs path and could directly enter reincarnation. A person's life was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Those who had a cheap life would walk the path of the Yellow Springs after death, but they would be reincarnated as animals. Those who had a good life would enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, and could even be reincarnated into a good person's family. The fate that the heavens and earth had given Xia Nanjiang was clearly very good. When his soul appeared, Xia Nanjiang still had his memories. He laughed as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, when the purgatory was over, he could reincarnate. In the future, he would still be able to command the heavens and earth. However, when his soul was absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, an enormous soul force surged over. It was as if a hand was holding his soul and grabbing at the Yellow Springs mountain. He wanted to enter reincarnation? No. His fate was good? Then Lin Ling would be destroyed. Who's pulling me? Xia Nanjiang's soul trembled as he looked at the Yellow Springs mountain. He immediately discovered that in the vast mountain range, the indifferent youth was still looking at him. Moreover, a powerful soul force was pulling him over. No. Roar. Xia Nanjiang roared ferociously. He could not fight. He could not escape. He could not even reincarnate. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. In this life, he had killed countless people and done countless things that he regretted. However, the one he regretted the most was provoking Lin Ling. You want to reincarnate? You can only disappear from this world forever. A cold shout finally came from Lin Ling's mouth. The powerful soul force was like countless hands that tore Xia Nanjiang's soul apart piece by piece, causing him to disappear from this world forever. Xia King Luyang, save me. Xia Nanjiang's soul let out a final cry. With a deep sense of regret, he disappeared from this world forever. Phew. Phew. On the mountain peak, Lin Ling let out a light breath. His eyes looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The unwillingness in his eyes was even stronger. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation were still spinning mercilessly. However, the woman's figure had already disappeared. It was as if she had disappeared from Lin Ling's world forever. However, Lin Ling could still vaguely see the lonely smile in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Majesty, there are laws in this world. You are a human. You cannot enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Elder Z seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts and could not help but sigh. Xia King Biyao. Lin Ling stood quietly. He clenched his right fist and roared with anger. The Yellow Springs mountain was vast and boundless. On the continuous Yellow Springs path, countless ghosts wandered aimlessly. They crossed mountains and rivers as if they were walking around the Yellow Springs mountain. However, there were a few places that no ghosts dared to approach. One of those places was the Yellow Springs Abyss. According to legend, this was the land of evil ghosts. Those who had committed heinous crimes in their lives and could not reincarnate after death would be thrown into the Yellow Springs Abyss by the bull-headed ghosts and would never be able to rest in peace. At this moment, the Yellow Springs Abyss was extremely quiet. In the abyss filled with ghost fog, painful cries could be heard from time to time, causing one to tremble in fear. The hanging bell ghosts have dispersed. This means that the Yellow Springs flame is about to erupt. Chapter 1441. Yellow Spring Flame, time is running out. If the Yellow Spring Flame still hasn't appeared in 2 hours, we should leave because the Yellow Spring Emperor is coming back. One of the purple-robed men said. Of course. The other man nodded. They were Xia Beiyang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. The two teams were now together, waiting for a rare opportunity. For this opportunity, they had spent a lot of effort, because the Yellow Spring Flame would erupt once every 10 years. However, they didn't dare to come every time it erupted, because the Yellow Spring Emperor was here. Fortunately, they encountered a cloudy day this time, and the Yellow Spring Emperor left. 2 great opportunities had gathered, so they dared to come. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong it is. Xia Beiyang smiled as he thought of the Yellow Spring Flame that he was about to get. Don't be careless when you get it. If you touch the Yellow Spring Flame, you will be plagued by the Yellow Spring Karma. Moreover, I will help you this time. You have to give me what you promised me. Shrouding Heaven Dragon King looked at Xia Beiyang and said. Don't worry, I will give you what I promised. As for getting the Yellow Spring Flame, you don't have to worry about it because I am a fire elemental martial artist. No one is more familiar with flames than me. Prince Xia Beiyang nodded confidently. At the same time, his gaze turned cold. Although it's only a matter of time before we obtain the underworld flame, it's better to be cautious. Firstly, because of the underworld flame's eruption, the bell ghosts have scattered. However, we must not let the bells of those ghosts ring. Otherwise, the Underworld Emperor will immediately return and descend. Second, Lord Pu will not be satisfied. He will definitely appear. Hearing this, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King nodded. When he appears, I will stop him for you. You just need to fight for it. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the abyss in front of them. White light bloomed. Just the light alone gave people a strong sense of pressure as if it was the flame of 10,000 ghosts. At this moment, more painful cries came from the Yellow Spring Abyss. It was as if many ghosts were being burned alive. At this moment, Xia Beiyang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King's eyes narrowed. The most crucial moment. Disperse. Xia Beiyang waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to disperse and be on guard. He had prepared for so long and did not want to fail at the last moment. At the same time, on the other side of the Yellow Spring Abyss, on a mountain peak, several figures stood there coldly. Their eyes were fixed on the abyss in the distance. Black feathers appeared on the body of the man in the lead. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Is the Yellow Spring Flame finally going to erupt? My lord, Prince Xia Beiyang and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King are both here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to snatch the Yellow Spring's flame. A powerful martial artist said from the side. Those 2 bastards. Lord Pu showed a rare look of anger. He waved his right hand and said, however, even if I can't get the flames of the netherworld, I won't let them get it so easily. Let's go. The dark crow appeared and brought him to the Yellow Springs Abyss. Rumble. In the Yellow Springs Abyss, the rumbling sounds became more frequent. White flames burst out like demons and rained down on the Yellow Springs mountain, landing on the bodies of the ghosts. A strange thing happened. The white flames did not burn the ghosts. Instead, they seemed to be controlled by the white flames and flew towards the Yellow Springs Abyss. Of course, that was only for the ghosts. To experts like Lord Pu, they did not dare to touch those flames. They could only obtain the Yellow Springs flame through special methods. Rumble. Finally, at a certain moment, the cold flames reached its peak and shook the world like a volcanic eruption. Then, it began to wilt like a flower, returning to the Yellow Springs Abyss. This is the time. At this moment, countless experts' eyes were filled with sharpness as they shot forward. Crow. In the sky, the giant dark crow was the fastest. It attacked in the darkness and captured the last divine flame of the Yellow Springs flame before it returned to the Yellow Springs Abyss. Lord Pu, you really came. When the dark crow flew past in the sky, there was a sneer. 8 suns appeared and hung high in the sky. You're too slow. The dark crow was obviously faster and was getting closer to the Yellow Springs flame. He's slow, but I'm not slower than you. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. An endless purple-scaled dragon appeared and swept towards the great dark crow. Its purple light was like the light of the moon. It poured down and actually blocked the vast great dark crow for a moment. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King, you bastard. Being blocked by the huge purple-scaled dragon, Lord Pu roared. He was angry and unwilling. Although he knew that he would be stopped by Heaven-shrouding Dragon King, he could not hold back his anger when the truth was right in front of him. Hee, Lord Pu, I don't want to be your enemy. Today, I'm only sparring with you. Don't worry, I'll retreat in less than an incense stick's time. The purple-scaled dragon roared with a hint of pride. An incense stick's time was enough to change the outcome because by then, the Yellow Springs flame would have been taken by someone else. Lord Pu, you spent so much effort to enter the ghost realm just for this moment. However, I'm sorry to have made you wait in vain. This Yellow Springs flame belongs to me, Xia Wang Beiyang. At the same time, the 8 suns in the sky flew towards the Yellow Springs flame. Looking at his appearance, it was only a matter of time before he obtained the Yellow Springs flame. You! Lord Pu roared. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could he be willing to watch Xia Wang Beiyang take this treasure? Ha ha ha. In the sky, Xia Wang Beiyang seemed to know Lord Pu's anger. He laughed with indescribable heroism as if he had become a king in one battle. Long live the Xia King! Xia Wang Beiyang's subordinates shouted. As for Lord Pu's subordinates, they wanted to help but they were all stopped by Heaven-shrouding Dragon King. They could only watch as Xia Wang Beiyang obtained the Heavenly Divine Flame. Even if I can't get the Heavenly Divine Flame, I will not let you have it. Lord Pu saw that Xia Wang Beiyang was getting closer and closer to the Yellow Springs flame and roared again. However, he was still stopped by Heaven-shrouding Dragon King. This made his expression turn gloomy. It seemed like he had failed completely this time. However, at this moment, tens of thousands of ghosts howled and rushed towards the Yellow Springs abyss. There were cow-headed ghosts, evil spirits, and so on. This sudden change stunned everyone. What? Xia Wang Beiyang's expression changed. These ghosts seemed to have come to stop him. However, he quickly sneered, "Stop these ghosts. Go." Xia Wang Beiyang's subordinates rushed over. Xia Wang Beiyang smiled as he stared at the Yellow Springs flame that was slowly descending. He slowly walked over. At this moment, no one was stopping him. He was determined to obtain the Yellow Springs flame. Chapter 1442. How many times can a person go crazy? He slowly reached out his hand as if he was looking at the key to a powerful expert's door. At the same time, he made a complicated seal. Only this way could he collect the Yellow Springs flame. However, it was clear that his goal was not so easy to achieve. At the same time, the enemy arrived. A cold voice suddenly came, "Blade of Nirvana." His voice was like thunder, shaking the heavens. A terrifying soul force attacked, causing Prince Xia Beiyang's expression to change drastically. He didn't expect that someone would come to stop him at this moment. He hurriedly urged the 8 great flames around his body to block the terrifying soul force. The most terrifying thing was that the soul force was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and sharp great laws, he would have been killed in one blow. Thinking of this, Prince Xia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, just as he blocked the soul power, a large sword came from the horizon and fiercely slashed. One line sky. Sword light flashed. It was a ghastly sight, causing Prince Xia Beiyang's pupils to contract. The incoming person's attacks were crazy, one move after another. Then, his hands moved frequently, the flames of the 8 suns condensed, forming a circle, crazily blocking the sword. After blocking the storm-like attack, Xia Beang let out an angry voice. Who is it that stopped me? In the distance, Lord Pu's battle also stopped, and so did the others. They looked at the Yellow Springs abyss in horror. There was actually someone stopping Prince Xia Beang? Who was it? I am Lin Ling. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King majestically appeared, sweeping through the heaven and earth. It madly rushed towards Prince Xia, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. They naturally knew this young man. Not long ago, in Yi Mountain, that arrogant young man swept through the crowd. This matter was known to everyone in the 3 Xian realms. You're crazy. Prince Xia angrily roared. Lin Ling dared to stop him, he was simply courting death. This Lin Ling, if he had known earlier, he would have killed him in Yi Mountain. You dare touch my people, do you think you can live well? At this moment, on the Fire Dragon King, a black robe fluttered in the wind. The young man holding the sword angrily glared, his eyes filled with madness and brutality. If we die together. Go. Everyone felt that the young man had the conviction to die. It was as if Prince Xia had touched the young man's reverse scale. Qi. Qi. Prince Xia Beang also sucked in a breath of cold air, but more than that, he was angry. Lord Pu did not stop him, and he thought that no one could stop him. In the end, Lin Ling appeared and disrupted his plans, as if giving him a heavy slap in the face. Your soul power is very strong, but my 8 sons are not weak either, you can't kill me. Prince Xia Beang burst out with a strong killing intent. I can't kill you, but you can't get the Yellow Springs flame. However, the crazed voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth silenced the entire Yellow Spring Mountain. Lord Pu, Shrouding Heaven Dragon King and the other experts all gasped. They looked towards the abyss of Yellow Spring and realized that the Yellow Spring flame was slowly drifting down. And this caused Prince Xia's long preparation to go down the drain. No, my Yellow Springs flame. You're courting death. Prince Xia Beang stared at the disappearing Huang Kuan-yen. His expression froze as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. One must know that he had prepared for this moment for 10 years. Now that he had failed, it was impossible for him to get Huang Kuan-yen back. One step to heaven, one step to hell. This was the best way to describe Prince Xia's mood. Lin Ling, this ant, is so hateful. I'll let you experience the feeling of losing something you care about. Seeing Xia Beang's angry look, Lin Ling laughed wildly. There was madness in his laughter. Xia Beang, if you want to play, then play big. Let's see who wins. This guy. Lord Pu was also shocked. He didn't stop Prince Xia, but Lin Ling succeeded. He became the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. No, I can't give up. This is my last chance. Prince Xia roared to the sky. As if he had gone mad, he rushed towards the Yellow Springs abyss, trying to seize his last hope. 100 dragons roar. However, as soon as he moved, a world of flame dragons rushed towards him. Among them was the terrifying Flame Dragon King. Naturally, these attacks couldn't shake Xia Beang. After all, Xia Beang was a powerful Saint Realm Mastery stage master, but he was still able to stop him, causing his hair to stand on end. Thinking about how his many years of preparation had gone down the drain, and how this trip had been in vain, and how his opportunity had been disrupted by a mere junior, Xia Beang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Hong long long. Thousands of flame dragons collided with the 8 blazing suns, and without any suspense, all of the flame dragons were burned to ashes. Lin Ling, I admit that you're crazy. I regret not killing you back then, but since you won't let me off easily, how can I let you off easily? Die. 8 Flame Heaven Burning Palm. Seeing that he had failed to seize the Yellow Springs flame, Prince Xia could no longer suppress his murderous intent and sent out a palm strike. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling was attacking him, in fact, he could guess that his subordinates had provoked Lin Ling. After all, he had told his subordinates before that if they encountered Lin Ling, they were to kill him if they had the chance. He never imagined that such a decision would doom him eternally. Lin Ling, be careful. In the distance, Lord Pu shouted worriedly. Lin Ling had succeeded. He had stopped Prince Xia, but Lin Ling was too crazy, not hesitating to risk his life. If such a junior didn't die, he would definitely surpass him in the future. Come, Lin Ling, didn't think I would return alive. Above the Yellow Springs abyss, Lin Ling roared with a crazed look in his eyes. He wasn't a reckless person, but he still came because he knew that if he didn't do anything, his heart would blame himself. Because he couldn't even protect the second dream, because his promise didn't come true, and because if it wasn't for Prince Xia, the second dream would have escaped its fate. Therefore, he came, risking his life to fight. Everything was as he said. If he wanted to play, he would play big, and if he wanted to play, he would play crazy. How many times could one go crazy in life? At worst, he would die together. Asterisk Hong long asterisk the giant palm came. With Lin Ling's strength, he couldn't block it at all and was immediately smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss. Die, you're just an ant, yet you dare to stop me. Die, die, die. Prince Xia still felt unsatisfied and crazily roared. Ha ha ha. However, Lin Ling, who was smashed into the Yellow Springs abyss, was still laughing loudly, as if he was mocking Prince Xia. Prince Xia gnashed his teeth. Although I didn't get the Yellow Springs flame, at least I'm still alive. Lin Ling, you're very powerful, even Lord Pu couldn't stop me. But you succeeded, but you died. Ha, you died, but I'm still alive. Is that so? Chapter 1443. Life tablet shattered clang. 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 You can't mess with this Lin Ling. Clang. 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 As for Prince Xia Beiyang, his face went from contorted to pale. He was scared and panicked. He had not expected Lin Ling's final trump card to be so crazy. He even regretted it a little. He should not have provoked Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a madman. Clang. 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 At that moment, ghostly aura surged in the sky as a gigantic face appeared. It looked angrily at Prince Xia Beiyang as a dense pressure swept out. The face was like the face of a great emperor, causing all the ghosts in the entire Yellow Springs mountain to kneel down. Clang. 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 In the sky, a huge palm with heavenly might slapped down fiercely, enveloping King Xia and the 8 sons. Clang. 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 Prince Xia Beiyang sensed that his entire body could not move. He could only see the sky crashing down. This made him let out a furious roar. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that not long ago, he thought he was the winner, so he was mocking Sir Pu. However, Lin Ling suddenly appeared and dominated everything. Not only did he fail, but he also fell here. Lin Ling was just an insignificant junior. Although his talent was not bad, how could he reach the height of Xia Beiyang? If Xia Beiyang and Lin Ling perished together, that would be Lin Ling's gain. Lin Ling was not someone to be trifled with. I regret it. Prince Xiaobeang made his last sound in his life. Rumble. As the palm slammed down, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was at least 10 million miles wide, and was extremely terrifying. One of the top experts of Shenyuan realm had fallen here. The remaining people gasped and ran for their lives. However, the Sky Monarch's aura swept over and killed all of them. Only Lord Pu and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King managed to escape the Yellow Springs Mountain and rushed towards the Een Mountain. Clang. Who is this Lin Ling? He's crazy. Clang. 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 He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He's the proudest youth in Xianping province. He's also the most talented junior. Clang. 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 Lord Pu. Clang. 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 Lin Ling. Clang. 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 Shrouding Heaven Dragon King, will settle our grudge after we return to the mortal world. But I can tell you that Lin Ling's family will be my family. If anyone dares to offend them, even if it's the 3 legends of the mortal world, I'll still kill them. I hope you can spread these words to everyone who has a grudge against Lin Ling. I knew you would do it. Clang. 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 A genius of Xianping province. What a pity. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was crashing down crazily in the Yellow Spring abyss. In the sky, a huge and majestic face appeared, staring at Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill him. However, it disappeared in the end because the Yellow Spring Great Emperor knew that the young man was dead. Clang. What's the big deal? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Clang. 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 However, this could not stop Lin Ling from falling into the abyss of the Yellow Springs. Once he fell, he would never be able to rest in peace. Clang. Clang. At the same time, Lin Ling. Clang. 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 After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally passed through the Yellow Spring flame and fell into the depths of the abyss. Lin Ling's eyes finally closed. Your Majesty. Clang. Clang. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land of Xianping province, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ancestor Taiyan, Mo Nianchen, Mo Ping, and Yuman Yun were all staring at the name tags in their hands. A life token was a spirit artifact forged with the life force of a martial artist. Once a life token was broken, it meant that the owner had died. Many people in the Black Ping territory had such a life token, and they used it to tell their loved ones that they were safe. Clang. That meant Lin Ling was dead. No, this is fake. He won't die. He's been through so many storms and waves. How could he die? Those who knew Lin Ling couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was the young man in the blue and white robe really dead? The entire rainforest sacred land fell into a dead silence. At the same time, in a palace of the 3 mysterious in the mortal world, there was a colorful and gorgeous garden. In the garden, a 5-year-old child was playing. Not far away, a woman was looking at the child with a smile. Embroidery appeared in her hand. She was also embroidering beautiful patterns. This woman was extremely beautiful and pure like a snow lotus. However, after she calmed down, she gave people an indescribable feeling of comfort. She was the most perfect woman in the world. Clang. 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 You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.